even stronger in the secondary. In 20 minutes, more football and the obsession that Netflix suddenly has with the Cowboys and Jerry Jones at 6:40. Maybe it's Netflix, maybe it's HBO Max, maybe it's Hulu. We'll find out what everyone has been streaming during the past week. At 7 o'clock, we'll dip into our baseball bets after discussing which teams and players fall into our circle of trust, followed by a discussion about women's sports. At 7:40, we bring in Craig Hoffman now that the WNBA is expanding. Finally, at 8 o'clock, the Steelers, again, continue shoring up both sides of the football. Find out what it means when we bring in Mark Caballi, Steelers reporter for The Athletic. Then it's our best bets and a visit with the Dogster. It is July the 1st. Time is a-flying. I'm Jinx. That is Chelsea. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. The start of July. I think tonight we're going to test out our old fireworks to see which ones from last year still work.
Oh, that's safe.
Because listen, we spent a lot of money on fireworks last year, and there's still a bunch in our laundry room. So I need to clear out some space in our laundry room. So we're going to do that tonight.
That sounds hyper dangerous. So you've been keeping fireworks in the home, in a laundry room? Old fireworks?
They're not like the
hazard.
highly... I mean, probably, but it's not like the major ones. It's like sparklers. Like we have a 5-year-old. These are not like the, $3,000 ones that they shoot off during the national celebration. So like they're just like little ones. It's like the guys with like the little parachutes. Like those are Blake's favorite. That like shoot out the guy and then he parachutes down.
Oh, yeah.
So like these are not massive fireworks.
I thought you were going to be like,
space.
Jake has a box of Roman candles that's been sitting in the locker room or sitting in the laundry room for about a year. Like just one little spark. Next thing you know, your house is up in flames. Just sparklers? Oh, okay. That's different. That's a lot different.
Well, it would be a beautiful flame. It'd be like, wow, our house is burning down. But man, did you see that design?
Hell of a show,
cowboy hat? Very cool.
A cowboy hat. I have a few. I mean, you said this yesterday, and I don't know. I've never met Jake, but my gut is that he would. I mean, he's a big fireworks guy.
Oh, yeah. It goes along with the narrative. Like, he's a good old boy from North Carolina. He likes NASCAR. He likes Mountain Dew. He likes beer. He likes golf. He likes fireworks. And whatever the current dip situation is, like it's not the normal dip, but it's like those little packets.
Skull Bandits.
It doesn't have tobacco in it. Like, well, it still has nicotine. There's still a warning label on the front, and it's like these circular things. Like I don't know if it's Zen, but listen, I spend so long decorating and cleaning the house, and then I see these pouches everywhere. I'm like, Jake, this is not what I needed from a decorator's touch. Is your purple pouch of Zen on the coffee table?
What you need is, and I feel like this would be a great compromise, would be like a really nice spittoon right in your living room.
I don't know.
It's gorgeous, and Jake can use it.
Do you spit them out? Do you know what I'm talking about? They're like little pouches.
I do. It's actually, believe it or not, it's a drug I haven't tried. I don't know. I dipped once when I was in college, and it was a terrible experience, and never again. Never. It was like Copenhagen or something.
Well, it's not the exact same thing. I don't think it's as strong. So I don't know what it is. I haven't tried it out myself. I'm not a dip girl. I feel like that's a line I won't cross. Because I've told you this before. That's a thing in the South as well. We had a principal when I was growing up that was female and that did dip at school. That's a line I won't cross.
Yeah, we had a teacher like that. She was no joke. You didn't mess with her. Ms. Taylor. She liked to dip a lot. During class, too. But, that's the South for you. Well, Chelsea, how about this? How about if you win 3 straight bets, you've won 1, only 2 more to go, you'll start dipping on this show, at least for an hour.
That doesn't sound like a reward, right?
I was trying to, do the reverse psychology thing there. Didn't work out for me. But nice win last night.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it was a nice win. The Phillies continue to be in the circle of trust, and we're going to talk about that later in the show. Zach Wheeler, for the month of June, has a .58 ERA. Another great start for the Phillies. Last night had the Phillies on the first 5 runs. That was a winner. Padres did not score a single run against the Phillies pitching staff. So we'll take our dub, our 1-0 night.
Nice. I got a win on that play as well. I also had the Rays in the run line. Plus money, plus 115, but that was a loser as the A's win 6-4. Dogster had Giants D-backs over 8. D-backs win 4-2. That's a loss. It's early. However, you are 1-0. I'm 1-1. The Dogster 0-1. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you along with us. It is a Tuesday morning, and let's start with a little NBA, and then we'll get to the NFL. But yesterday we were talking about Pistons guard Malik Beasley being under investigation by federal authorities on suspicions of gambling on NBA games. And this comes about a year after the NBA suspended Jonte Porter of the Raptors, banned him for life after he was found to be betting on games. Well, as part of that investigation, and we discussed this, like, what is the status of Heat guard Terry Rozier? Because as part of that Porter investigation, Rozier was also being investigated. Yesterday, we got an update from ESPN's Shams Charania on the Pat McAfee show.
Terry Rozier, as of right now, it has been cleared. I mean, he finished the season with Miami. There's really nothing really active as of right now with him.
That's good. That's good news.
The NBA spokesman Mike Bass did give a statement to me yesterday. He said that the league is cooperating with the federal prosecutors. So the league essentially, I mean, this is a federal matter now.
Okay. Well, I would say that is good news whenever you have a player who is cleared of any wrongdoing. So now it's NBA players won, the feds won, and Malik Beasley will essentially be the guy that tips it one way or the other. So look, when a federal investigation takes place, and I'm certainly guilty of this, you think, oh man, this is trouble. This guy is more than likely guilty. Malik Beasley has not been charged with anything at all. So maybe there's some hope there, but it just goes to show you never quite know until the end result is published or put out for public consumption.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday. Even if he did do it, how do you prove intent? Like, you watch a ton of crime shows. Like, if you're seeing, like, all of this, like, weird action come in, how do you know it's not just somebody who really has a strong hunch on something? And there is no connection to Terry Rozier himself, because I think that's the difficult part. It's like, and guys just have an off night that just happens to coincide on a night where somebody bets on him. Like, it's something that I feel like is going to be tough to prove in a court of law, because if it is a federal thing, you do have to prove things. It can't just be a gut feeling.
Oh, sure. Well, I think ultimately when it comes to something like this, that it's not necessarily, hey, we had some. I mean, there's levels to unusual activity. Like, you might see maybe an abnormal amount of bets from time to time, but when you see something that moves the number that significantly on a prop that is pretty rare, maybe rare is not the right word, but in the weeds. Like, you go into the weeds for real prop bets. Like, when you see a ton of money come in on a prop bet that is not normally bet, it raises some eyebrows. But ultimately, if a player is going to be a part of that, then you have to establish some sort of connection along the way, some sort of electronic communication, something that says, okay, you are tied to the information getting out, which led to the movement in these markets. So clearly when it comes to Terry Rozier, that did not happen. And we will wait to see what happens with Malik Beasley in Detroit. How about we go from Detroit to Pittsburgh? Because we got some huge NFL news yesterday, Chelsea, with Jalen Ramsey, cornerback for the Dolphins, now headed to Pittsburgh. The three-time All-Pro cornerback will join Minkah Fitzpatrick. He will join Darius Slay in Pittsburgh because the Dolphins are getting Minkah Fitzpatrick in return. And now you're seeing a guy that, in Jalen Ramsey, who wanted out of Miami, who is one of the best cornerbacks in the game, even though they signed him to a long-term deal just like a season ago. But a lot of players have wanted out Fitzpatrick, and now he's headed the other way. But Ramsey is the guy, the big name in this trade, that now Pittsburgh, all of a sudden, they sign Aaron Rodgers. They make a move for Jalen Ramsey. So all of a sudden, Pittsburgh, a team that looked like, okay, they're going to sign a cornerback and be done, they've really made some moves here to solidify both sides of the football.
Yeah, and moves that have big high-end potential. Because isn't that the deal with Jalen Ramsey? When he's at his absolute best, he's one of the best corners in the league. But I think what stands out to me is that Jalen Ramsey was, I don't want to say he was a diva, but he wasn't known for being, the biggest clubhouse guy in Miami. So when you combine Aaron Rodgers, Jalen Ramsey, and like DK Metcalf has had some scuffles on the field as well. If you ever watch his, Seahawks tape against the Niners, felt like he was in a fight every single time. So I'm wondering if the Steelers organization is enough to corral all three of those guys. Because we've seen this before. If anybody can do it, it's probably the Steelers because their organization is very strong. Mike Tomlin is a great head coach. But I feel like that's what stands out to me about the Jalen Ramsey deal.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Steelers are – what's interesting is that it really hasn't moved the number. I mean, you would think that when you go from Mason Rudolph to Aaron Rodgers, and when you bring in a guy like Jalen Ramsey to play with Darius Slay and Joey Porter in that secondary, all of a sudden you're like, man, you've really solidified your defense. You've had a massive upgraded quarterback. They'll still need to sign T.J. Watt, but you would think that should move the number a little bit, right? And here we are. When you look at the numbers, the Steelers to make the playoffs, yes, plus 140, no, minus 170. I think the only movement we've seen is that Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers play the Jets in week 1. And I think the Steelers went from minus 2.5 to minus 3 in that week 1 game in the Meadowlands. Outside of that, odds makers still sort of think that the Steelers are going to be that middling team. Maybe they go, 9-8 or something like that. But ultimately, the more I see from the Steelers, especially when you have Mike Tomlin as the head coach, they're making upgrades across the board here. They seem to be, as much as they can, not content on being that team just kind of sitting in the middle of the pack in the AFC.
They're definitely doing more than I thought that they would do. I think I'm trying to get back into the football mindset because this is that it takes a lot to move a number. Even a half point is like a noticeable change. And especially we don't really see it for defensive players. But if there is one defensive player that might move a number, it's TJ Watt. And they still don't have a deal done for TJ Watt. And he is the biggest piece of their defense. So Jalen Ramsey is a nice pickup. But if you don't bring back TJ Watt, that's when I think the question marks arise about that defense. Because we've seen in their win-loss record, when he's out of games, this is a different team.
It certainly is. Here's what Steelers head coach Bill Cowher thought yesterday on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
So I thought change needed to take place just that you had an opportunity to reset, reboot, and not think you're going back down the same path. And I think they clearly have done a makeover with this roster, and they're okay with what they have from a coaching perspective. Arthur Smith and Austin on defense, and Mike's a part of the defense as well. So when you look at what they've done from the makeover on the offensive side of the ball, you talked about the offensive line. I think, again, it's young. There's a little bit of inexperience. Fontamu is going to come in there at right tackle. Broderick's going over to left tackle. I think what you saw was kind of a little bit of an emergence of Zach Frazier. I think he's going to be a center, and Pittsburgh's always had great centers. I think he had a solid very first year. But then from there, it really is a makeover. You're talking about DK Metcalf coming in there with Robert Woods. You're talking about Jalen Warren taking it over, and then Caleb Johnson and Kenneth Gainwell maybe being a third down back. But obviously the biggest change is the addition of Aaron Rodgers. So I think the offense is going to be something. I think they went out and got Jonnu Smith, number one, because I think Arthur Smith would like to have a third tight end. Remember, they signed Parham early in this offseason, but he tore his Achilles in training camp or in the OTAs. So getting a guy like Jonnu Smith and pairing him up with a Pat Frymouth, Darnell Washington is an outstanding blocker. Connor Hayward's solid with what he does, particularly even in the kicking game. So I think the offense has got a whole new makeover. I think defensively, one of the things you can talk about is the young emergence of Joey Porter. I don't know if he probably took the strides he thought he was going to take in the second year. So what do? You go out and get two veteran guys who've had tremendous careers in Darius Slay and certainly then today with Jalen Ramsey. So this makeover on this football team is pretty significant. So this is a whole different football team from a roster standpoint, from a starting standpoint. Some of the same staff, but I think, again, there's a lot of excitement. I think this speaks for the sense of urgency. I think that you look at Omar Khan and what Mike Tomlin have done in this offseason.
Yeah, and Jonnu Smith is coming off an all-pro season, or a Pro Bowl season, I should say. So it's not like he's some sort of just throwaway. I like this move a lot.
Yeah, I think the one red flag I heard in there was young offensive line paired with an old quarterback. How do you think that's going to work out?
It's the perfect mix. The young guys, the old guys. I mean, that's one way to spin it. I mean, every team has its weaknesses, and the Steelers certainly could probably use a little help on the offensive line, but they definitely got better yesterday with this trade, no question about it. Coming up next on the show, Never too early to start celebrating all the success of the Dallas Cowboys from 30 years ago. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning. Always appreciate you being with us. Coming up on the show, a lot of Steelers stuff today. Could Pittsburgh superstar TJ Watt really be on the trading block? One NFL insider believes that could be the case. I'll tell you what's the case there in Nashville. Cutting the cord, Chelsea. I gave my spiel yesterday on my, I was going to say love-hate, but it's really a hate-hate relationship with Xfinity. After that monstrosity on Sunday. But you actually had a good experience yesterday. That's wonderful to hear.
Yeah, but I also went in person. So, right off the top, nothing ever goes well when you're doing stuff on the phone. Because, half the time you don't even talk to a person. So it's just main menu. No. Yes. 1002729. No, incorrect. Do you find yourself shouting at the prompts? I don't think I can use a normal voice when I talk to the automated prompts. I get so mad.
This is how it goes for me. If you would like to talk customer service, I immediately I don't want to go through. If you're interested in customer service, I hear you want to talk to a representative. First, customer service. Yeah, that's all I just yell. And yeah, I agree. Going in person is probably the best way to do it. And I've done that before here in D.C., so that is, yeah, you're right. That's the best way to handle it. On the phone, like I said, 3.5 hours on Sunday, not great. But I'm glad it worked out for you.
Yeah, so I got things done in I don't want to say it was 20 minutes. It was probably 40 because we had to wait. But it was nice talking to a person. Because just anything on the phone, this is why I avoid phone calls at all costs. They never go well. And then you get a person who has the audacity to be like, so how's your day going? I'm I'm trying to change my cable, Susan. Just get to it. Does that ever make you angry? I feel like such a jerk when sometimes people so how's your day going? At Starbucks when I'm flipping through all my cards and it's tip. No, I don't want to tip. I'm trying to find my credit card. There's a drive-through that I'm trying to be speaking in. So how's your day going? Oh, it's okay. Just trying to find my credit card. Read the room.
Oh, let me tell you something. When this whole Xfinity thing was going on, it was like yin and yang because Catherine has less patience than I do. And this was on speaker the whole time. And so this woman's like, how's your day? Catherine's like, I've been better. She's like, I'm done. She's like, we're working on 2 hours. I've been better. It's a Sunday. I've been better. And I was like, why don't you let me take this over for about 20 minutes? And so we worked it out. But yes, that's really frustrating. When the whole small talk thing, it's listen, I appreciate you. I need you to get on this. Or the dead silence. There was a dead silence for 6 or 7 minutes. Catherine's like, hey, are you still there? She's getting so frustrated. I don't blame her. Those are the worst. I get it. Totally understand that. But you got it worked out. Yeah. Now you're good to go.
Yeah. But I did go to Starbucks the other day. So, Jenks, I've been going to Dunkin', which it feels like if Dunkin' was a person in a car, it would be a messy Nissan Altima with a girl that has 3-inch long nail tips, a messy girl. And then you go to Starbucks and whoa, what an experience. My coffee was perfect. I didn't have to make any changes to it because normally at Dunkin' I'm this coffee's white. I need some coffee with my creamer. So Starbucks, there is a reason it's $1 more expensive. It's a treat that I get sometimes, but I'm not sure if I can afford it every day.
Yeah, there's a place in our alley, right around the corner from where we live in D.C., La Colombe, and it's amazing. It's the best coffee. It's so good, but also you pay an arm and a leg for it. It's super high end. It's one of those very niche stores where there's only, I think, 3 or 4 across the country, and they're all located on the West Coast. And it's cool that it's right there, right? And it's an awesome space. It's in this sort of refurbished brick building, and, the vibes are good, and it's a very hip place to hang out. But, yeah, you go there every day. I walk past on my way home, and it's you're paying like $8-9 for coffee. It's absolutely preposterous. And it's here in DC, and DC prices are through the roof. So I'll treat myself from time to time, but also that can add up. Well, grab yourself a coffee, turn on the old YouTube TV now that the cable is gone, and tune into the latest NFL news, because all you will hear right now is Steelers, because they have dominated the headlines over the past 24 hours. First, there was the trade for Jalen Ramsey yesterday, getting Jonnu Smith as well. And now Adam Schefter from ESPN is reporting that because of these moves and because of the holdout situation in Pittsburgh, that teams believe they can get their hands on TJ Watt. Now, TJ Watt is unhappy with his deal. He signed a 4-year, $112 million deal in 2021. That averaged $28 million a season, and you're like, dude, that's a ton of money. Yes, it is. But Myles Garrett reset the market over the offseason. I mean, he is getting paid. And so, I mean, like 30-something million a year, it's ridiculous. And also Watt, when you look at career statistics, Watt has more sacks than Myles Garrett, and you can make an argument that TJ Watt is the best defensive player in the game. So because of that, teams are thinking, hey, maybe, just maybe, we can make a move for TJ Watt because he's unhappy and he wants something similar to what Garrett got during the offseason. Do you think this is really a possibility? Do you think the Steelers would truly part ways with TJ Watt? I feel like they're going to work something out.
Yeah, this was a shocking headline to read, just because who's the face of the franchise of the Steelers right now? Like, obviously, it's not Aaron Rodgers. So when I think of the Steelers right now, I think of TJ Watt. So anytime a team mulls treading the face of their franchise and somebody who's been so meaningful, like we were just talking about defensive players who can actually move the number when it comes to the spread and betting, TJ Watt is one of the few guys in the NFL. And we've seen it in the win-loss record for the Steelers when he's on the field versus when he's off, because it's not just the physical talents. It is, you know, the brain power that he has as the basically the quarterback of the defense, what he's doing for that defense. But he does have a year left on his contract. And what I keep thinking to myself is that, like, do guys just want 1-year deals? It feels like everybody wants to renegotiate every single year. If somebody else gets a deal that's better than theirs, and I do think, I am saying this in broad strokes, you know, for all of the league, if anybody deserves to, like, bargain for himself, it's definitely TJ Watt. Like I said, big part of that defense. But it just feels like a scary trend, you know, I'm not going to try to get anybody to have sympathy for the owners or these teams. But do you get what I'm saying? It's like there's a year left on his deal. One would think that maybe you don't negotiate on your deal till closer to the end. I don't know.
I think this is a special case, and I certainly understand this, because what happens is when you are a premier player at your position and you see the market reset in such a significant way, you're like, hey, the market has been reset. I'm one of the best in the game. I'm one of the best in the world. I deserve that sort of money. But it depends on what type of player you are. Like Trey Hendrickson is a really good example, right? He's a hell of a defensive player. Is he on the level of Myles Garrett or TJ Watt? He is not. So he's rolling the dice a little bit, because while he's an exceptional player, he's not quite on that level. And he also plays for an organization that has proven that they're probably not going to pay you. They've said as much. So we'll see how that plays out. When it comes to the Steelers and TJ Watt, it's different because I forget the stat. We've talked about it on this show, where when he does not play for the Steelers defense, it's a totally different unit. Like, they lose games when one player on the defense making that much of a difference is very rare in the National Football League. You could make a solid argument TJ Watt is the best player in the National Football League defensively. So he knows that. The Steelers know that. And when you see someone else who you've outplayed, at least statistically, over the past few years, reset the market in such a significant way, then if you're TJ Watt, you're the one guy who can pull this off. And I sort of get it with him. With other guys, I'm like, listen, play out your contract. You're overstating your value. TJ Watt is the one guy who is not overstating his value. He is worth every penny.
Yeah, I agree. And plus, like, some of this could be their agents, because, you know, that is their job, is to get the most money for their clients. And obviously that is how they get paid. So when you see something like this, you say, hey, my guy deserves to get paid too. And it's almost like a court trial. When you have all this evidence on your side, why would you not take it to court?
Right.
Because all of the stuff is in your favor, as opposed to the Steelers, who are looking at their hands and saying, well, he is the best player on our defense. We really need him. And if you've committed to a win now mode, because I think that's the larger takeaway of all these moves that the Steelers are making, is that they're saying, hey, we want to make something happen this year.
Yeah.
We know that time is ticking for Aaron Rodgers. He is not a long-term investment. We've got Jalen Ramsey now. So I think this is them trying to take advantage of that moment as well.
So I think you're absolutely right about that. Also in the chat, so Dylan is asking me, as a Commanders guy, what would you be willing to give up for TJ Watt? Denton is also a Commanders guy. Denton says he'd be willing to give up non-vital organs for a guy like TJ Watt. So here's the proposal. 2 first-round picks, a second, a fifth, and Denton's gallbladder. How about that? I feel like that's a fair trade.
Like
what are the Steelers going to do with his gallbladder?
I feel like my gallbladder is being underrated a little bit.
I mean, it is necessary.
One thing you can kind of cut down to 1 first-round pick if you put my gallbladder in
All
there.
right, drop the first-round pick. You know what? I tell you what. You can have the first round, an extra first-round pick in Denton's appendix, or,
Oh, please, take the appendix.
take the appendix.
Please, my biggest
useless.
fear is having an appendicitis, so take that now.
I mean, it would be amazing. I don't think the Commanders would ever make a move, because what you would have to give up to get TJ Watt would be, when you're trying to build a complete team, I mean, he would be a difference maker, I will say. Seeing Watt on the back of a Commanders jersey would be phenomenal. But ultimately, I just don't think the Steelers are going to part with him. If you look historically, if the Steelers want to keep a guy and they say they want to keep him, and I believe that, then they end up working things out. So I think this eventually gets worked out before the fall. He's just too important to the franchise.
And I think the asking price would be too high for him, because he is somebody who is a brand name. He is a proven commodity. He has a long track record of success. You are not going to be getting a bargain on TJ Watt. So I feel like other teams across the league would have to be very, very desperate. And I feel like the only team that kind of fits that bill already has a great defensive player in Myles Garrett. Because don't the Browns feel like they would do some dumb deal like this? But they don't need him.
No, they don't. Do we need another? Do we need another Cowboys, some sort of series on Netflix? Because we already have right now. I mean, right now we have America's Sweethearts, Dallas Cowboys Cheerleaders, streaming on Netflix. If you're interested. Well, now Netflix is going to release America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys, a 10-part series on Jerry Jones's ownership of the Cowboys. This features, it's got it all. Michael Irvin being arrested at the Residence Inn. George W. Bush saying Texas Stadium had a hole in the roof so God could watch his favorite team. But I watched a preview of this series, and yes, I'm a Cowboys hater. But what's fascinating about this is that this was done, and if you watch this series, I'm not going to watch this series. It premieres in August. It was done in conjunction with the Jones family. And the preview is all about the 90s, like him taking over the Cowboys, taking a big risk, which he did. It was a massive financial risk. There was no guarantee it was going to work out. Business-wise, Jerry has flourished. But it all focuses on, we did it. We did it our way. I mean, it wasn't easy. My daughter looked at me and said, I don't know how to run a football team, Daddy. And I said, well, I don't either. It's like, okay, great. Like this is like the 90s Cowboys, but then it sort of brushes under the carpet that they haven't played in an NFC championship game since like 1996. So yes, early on, Cowboys, amazing, but the last 3 decades, like nothing.
Well, also, it just sounds like it's going to be Jerry Jones propaganda, right?
Yes.
And we have seen Netflix do this before. What was it, the one about the Florida Gators? And you're like, wow, there's a lot of drama on that team. When you have Tim Tebow, you have Aaron Hernandez, you have Urban Meyer. And then you watch it and you're like, they're a bunch of choir boys, huh?
They're running a criminal enterprise down there, essentially.
Right.
Seriously.
So is it going to be like that, where we just completely ignore some of the best stories of the Cowboys? Because I will say this. The year before I entered the workforce, I read a bunch of books on like historical things in sports because like I was young and I wanted to like have a bigger breadth of knowledge on the sports world from years that I didn't exist. So I read the Boys Will Be Boys, The Glory Days and Party Nights of the Dallas Cowboys by Jeff Pearlman, longtime writer for Sports Illustrated. And it had all of the good parts, but also all of the bad parts. So I suggest you read that instead of watch this documentary on Netflix.
Yes, I totally agree. I covered Cowboys training camp for, I don't know, how many years did I do that? 3 or 4 years in the mid to late 90s. And it was, I mean, around all those guys. And it was a different time. And even some stories off camera, you're like, man, it's a little fast and loose around here. But that's the way it was in the 90s with Dallas. But no, I will not be watching this documentary. Coming up next, it's time, baby. Streaming Corner. What have been watching? What should we avoid? That is next here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great Tuesday morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Getting ready for July 4th weekend. Should be awesome. We all have plans here on the show. Coming up here on this program, we'll tell you what we've been streaming and what we should avoid when we drop into my streaming corner. Before we get to that, can I just ask something which has to do with streaming? I keep seeing this advertised, and not to stereotype, but I feel like, would you agree that the primary audience for Sex and the City is female? I think that's a pretty fair assumption to make. Now I'm seeing that, and just like that, a continuation of the Sex and the City series is still going on HBO Max. Sarah Jessica Parker, Cynthia Nixon, Kristen Davis, Kim Cattrall, not in it because I think they all feud, or Sarah Jessica
hate
Parker.
each other.
Yeah, they hate each other. How is this still? Are people still watching, like, not an outlier, but an extension of Sex and the City after all this time? Here's one review that I read. The rather funny, eccentric, and gorgeously frivolous 30-somethings have now turned into babbling, nasty 50-year-old idiots. Terrible script writing beyond belief. Now, that's one review. Maybe people love it, but I just can't believe. I remember when I was in, Sex and the City has been around for 2+ decades. Easy. And they're still just riding this out. Are you watching this? Can this be any good?
I attempted to watch it, and I remember I downloaded the first couple episodes to watch on a plane. Boy, was that a mistake, because I don't want to ruin it for anybody or spoil it, but there is a very, very sad episode very early on in the first season of Ain't Just Like That. I feel like Sex and the City was great because it felt like it was, you were living vicariously through like these young single women in New York City. And that's aspirational for a lot of people because a lot of us live in the suburb. We will never know what it feels like to live in New York City. So this new installment is like that, but it's way more depressing. And like all of the issues are so deep where there is a time and place for that. But I feel like that's not what people were watching Sex and the City for in the first place. So your original audience wants something fun. They want something a little risque because, again, it's Sex and the City. So I just feel like the new installment is like, I understand this is a different chapter in the girls' lives because now they're like in their 50s. But I don't know. It's just really heavy.
Well, I wasn't going to watch regardless, but I just wondered, like, after all, like anything, this is not bagging. Well, it is bagging on Sex and the City, but I mean, we're being honest. But honestly, if you have any sort of very successful series and you're still like trying to ride it out in a different way 2 decades later, it's going to be very difficult for that series to be good. It just seems like a shameless money grab at this point. Like, all right, these gals are still cashing paychecks. And just like that, another series. Ugh, no thanks.
Well, I can give you the male equivalent. It would be like if Entourage, which you know what I'm talking about, Entourage, the show that is about like, I think it's like the Wahlberg brothers, like them growing up in Hollywood. And so it's like partying and models and stuff. It's like if Entourage followed those guys 30 years later, and it's like, we want to talk about the important issues in life. We're going to go to hospice care. We're going to talk about cancer. And it's just like, this is not what the audience wanted. Like, you can find this in other shows, but it's like, that's not what you expect, because I feel like Sex and the City is like the female version of Entourage.
Well, we kind of get like this weird opposite of with Jersey Shore, where they're now like in their 40s and still partying, and you're like, guys, go work on your 401k. Right. Like, get a real job. I like Snooki she has like 4 kids at this point. I'm like, Snooki was a thing in 2012. Don't get it twisted. But I don't need to see Snooki in 2025.
No. Balance your portfolio or something. Do anything.
It's
adults.
not authentic anymore, right? Like when she was on the first season, it was authentic. She was an alcoholic. She was a mess. Now it's like, we know you have money, we know you're successful, so it's just not authentic anymore. Like we need
know
a new
you ain't
crop.
working at that t-shirt shop anymore. you ain't needed at that t-shirt shop on the boardwalk.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, hate to see it. Breaking Bad volunteer edition. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense at all. I don't want to see this. Like, it ended great. Nobody needs to continue this series on. So I keep seeing that, like, thrown in my face. I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going on here. So last night, oh man, all right. I can't blame the lovely Catherine because it was her turn to pick a movie. And we watched Plane. Was this on Netflix? What was this on?
Spell it. Is it like airplane or
No.
simple?
It's just called Plane with Gerard Butler. I think it was on Netflix. Was it HBO? Don't watch it. It doesn't matter. So this is so much of this. We were laughing the entire time because you could predict everything. So Gerard Butler is a pilot, and the plane is struck by lightning over the South China Sea. So it's going down, but he manages to find an island upon which to land the plane. And, as he's like, all right, it's going to be a crash landing, he sees a road, a clear space, so he can land the plane. Which, when does this ever happen, by the way? Some sort of electrical failure in an airplane over a sea. And like, I'll just turn left here and look at that island. I'll land right there. They land. But here's the twist. Once they land, no. This land is controlled by a bunch of lawless criminals. It's just some random island outside of the Philippines or something like that. So once they land, they have to fight off all of these lawless criminals. Then some mercenaries are brought in to try and save the passengers. And then, of course, there's an ending, which the only thing the ending was missing was one of the passengers turning around to Gerard Butler, who's the captain of the plane, and giving him a salute, like, you did it, Captain. So we just predicted this from start to finish. We were predicting the lines and like, oh, there's the guy on the plane that nobody's going to like. Of course it was. So just stay away. The reviews were actually pretty good, but I found it pretty comical. Plane, starring Gerard Butler. I like Gerard Butler. I don't like the movie, so skip that bad boy. What have you been watching?
Well, you don't have to tell me twice, because anything with planes crashing is a no from me. Like, you know how nervous of a flyer I am. So, like, I don't want to watch this type of movies. Like, that doesn't even need to enter my consciousness. Jenks, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like my standard for streaming in the summer is a lot higher than it is in the colder months. Because you need to sell me on something that's more fun than doing outdoor activities. Like, in the winter, I'm not doing anything else. And it gets dark at 4:15 p.m., but I feel like my standard is higher now because I don't really watch that much. Like, I have yet to find a show. I'm not watching anything. I've been watching reruns of Parks and Rec again for the 4th time. So I just fall asleep to that. I haven't been watching much. So I don't know if I'm much help here, but in the summer, I just don't stream as much.
No, I get that. And also, well, I feel like it's kind of a break for everyone, right? Like, it's a break for sports.
Yeah.
Clearly, not nearly as many sports are on. Even primetime TV, the major networks take a break. And even I feel like streaming just sort of, it doesn't take a break, but you definitely see more of that push in the fall. All right, Double D, who has already put in the chat, Matlock is great. He loves his Matlock. Is this going to be Matlock review part 2? Like, let me tell you again how much I love Matlock. Double D, what do you got?
Absolutely not. You missed. I thought for sure that this was going to be on your list this week, Jenks. Squid Game Season 3? Come on!
Dude, you know what? We were talking about this last night. We watched the original, and then somehow we just missed Season 2. And we're like, 3's out? Is it good? I hear it's great.
It's phenomenally well done. It wraps everything up in a tight little bow, but with a little teaser at the end. It is unbelievable. And the games are completely different. And they're unique, and it's interesting. And listen, the second episode of Season 3 blew my mind. My mind. Yeah.
Maybe I'll just watch that episode.
I'm not going to
skip the whole season.
Here's the thing.
Pretty good.
Season 2 dives into both sides of the Squid Games.
Okay.
So you're getting to know the new characters, along with the behind-the-scene characters, the people that are actually working on the Squid Games. So there's a lot of intersection and getting to know the behind-the-scenes aspect of it, of the Squid Games and the people that work and kill people. So and why they're there and what they're doing there. So it's very interesting. I love season 2. I thought I dare say it might even have been better than season 1, and then season 3 is a good wrap up.
Okay, that's good. Denton, you been watching anything?
I am in the same boat as Chelsea is, although Chelsea is way better at it than I am because she is at the very least rewatching Parks and Rec episodes where I just watch Ron Swanson compilations on YouTube, and then there's like a 32-minute video, and I just rerun that like once or twice every week. I did see a great movie trailer, though.
Okay.
So the Hail Mary trailer, Operation Hail Mary, just dropped. It's based off of a book written by Andy Weir, which is a very great book. He did The Martian as well. It's with Ryan Gosling. Okay. I think you should check that trailer out. Also, Superman comes out next week.
Oh, I can't wait for that. Yeah.
I'm pumped for that one.
I watched a Superman trailer like 20 times. I'm so jacked for that.
It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be so good.
Okay, can I ask the audience? Or, well, sorry to cut you off, Dylan.
No?
What about the new Jurassic Park? Has anybody... I've seen that commercial because they play it on Peacock all the time. Is anybody interested in that? Like, how many iterations of Jurassic Park do we need?
Double D, I see you shaking your head.
Stop calling it Jurassic Park. Just stop. Just, like, it
what am I supposed to call it?
It's a monster movie. They aren't even like real dinosaurs. They're going into like the DNA cloning and mixing of all the dinosaurs. It is a monster movie at this point. Nothing more, nothing less. They're using the name Jurassic Park to get publicity and have people go and watch it. It's not going to be good, and it's not going to revitalize the franchise.
Oh, man. Double D coming strong at the end of the segment. By the way, Dylan has a 8-week-old baby girl. He says he's been watching his eyelids when he has free time. Consistency. You know what you're going to get every single day. A little update on that. We'll get to him next week. Coming up on the show, who belongs in our circle of trust and who should be left out in the cold? We'll examine how we've been making some of our baseball bets. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Good morning. Hour 2 on a Tuesday starts now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we'll do a healthy serving of baseball. We'll start with what we call the circle of trust when it comes to betting. And what I mean by that are the teams and the players we trust the most to either be really good or be really bad. What are the most dependable things we can count on in baseball? Because not to toot our own horn, but I feel like our baseball bets have been pretty solid this season. So we'll explain some of the ways that we handicap using the circle of trust. And then at 7:20, time to put that information into action as we give you our favorite baseball bets for the day on the slate. And then at 7:40, Craig Hoffman, who specializes in covering women's sports, stops by to explain the expansion in the WNBA and what it means for the league and what it means for basketball in general. It's all coming up next in the next hour here on the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, it's officially wedding season. So we see a bunch of stories pertaining to weddings. And this one caught my eye yesterday.
Okay.
So apparently, Titans owner Amy Adams Strunk has a daughter who used the Titans Stadium as her wedding venue. I am looking at the video now. I put it in the chat if you want to look.
Okay.
So I was going to ask you, if you had a really rich parents or you had a really rich mom who had a ton of money and owned an NFL team, would you use the stadium to get married? 'Cause obviously there is like the family business aspect. There are tons of parking. If you wanted to invite, 50,000 people, you really could. Or would you say, hey, we're really rich. I can get married anywhere?
No, I would not use a football stadium. I mean, I guess if you're both huge mega football fans and your family owns a team, then it has a different meaning. But for someone who wants his wedding to be very intimate and special, I can't think of anything more like not intimate than getting married at a football stadium. Like, to me, we're getting married in Middleburg, Virginia at a small rustic tavern, which is really nice in a really small town, and it's really pretty and very, it's very scenic out there as well, very calming, and that just seems the antithesis of a football stadium or any stadium or arena for that matter. So that would not appeal to me at all.
I think maybe there's some nostalgia wrapped in here, though, because it is the family business. And as somebody who got married in the church that I grew up going to, like, I do think that's a cool aspect to it. So maybe there's something to the effect of like, hey, as a little girl, I grew up running around on the sidelines here. It's just, when I think of football stadiums, like, I don't think of romance. Like, I think of like, somebody who has a beer belly, who is in a uniform that's a little too short and, they're a little too drunk. And they keep arguing at the calls, and you're like, oh my God, this guy won't shut up. Like, that's what I think of when I think NFL stadium. So, like, maybe I have a different viewpoint. It just doesn't feel like somewhere I would want to get married. I feel like you have to use a lot of flowers and decorations to make it feel smaller. Because, like, think of, like, Final Four games for basketball that they hold in, like, the football stadiums where everything just looks like the proportions are off. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes. And then you'd have... you'd probably end up with some heckler, some dude that finds his way in. Go for two! Something stupid while you're there. I mean, it's a large area to police. I mean, there are people who are massive sports fanatics. They meet at a game. They share that sort of passion together. So I totally get that. But for me, that's not something that I don't think I would be into that. And I know the lovely Catherine would not be either. Even if I own the stadium, I'm like, I don't want to get married here. Like, this is where the team plays. It would just seem strange to me. Even if it were like at the 50-yard line. It would be special. I mean, I will say, if you want some dramatics, then imagine being on the 50-yard line with some of your friends in the middle of an empty stadium. It'd be like in the middle of a coliseum or something like that. So maybe that appeals to you.
Yeah, I will say the other funny thing that stood out to me is the fact that Will Levis looks like he was in attendance for this wedding. If you're the owner of the team,
bad juju.
Do you want one of your biggest mistakes walking there?
No.
That feels mean. Do you know what I'm saying? Is like you're a business person and you're like, hey, this is the person that I hired and invested a lot of money in, and this was clearly a bad investment. I understand that he's a human too, and obviously they have some type of relationship. But, like, I don't know. That wouldn't feel good.
Well, I think you look at it from the human aspect and you say, okay, maybe I'm not a great football player, but a great human, and that's what you want. You want good humans around you. It's just because you're great at sports doesn't necessarily mean that you're a great person.
He must be really fun. You know,
Yeah.
if he is that bad at playing quarterback and the owner still, he still gets the invite to the owner's daughter's wedding. So, I don't know. Will Levis must be the life of the party for the Titans. All right, so Will Levis is not in the circle of trust. I think we can squarely say that. So, Jenks, we've been talking about this when we handicap baseball games, is there are certain guys and certain teams that we find ourselves saying, this guy is in the circle of trust. So what I mean when I say that is that we can depend on this guy to give us this result, whether it's a good result. So you look at the top pitchers in baseball, like Tariq Skubal, Zach Wheeler, Ranger Suarez. Several of the Phillies pitchers have been in the circle of trust this year. Or you can go the other direction, where the circle of trust isn't just good pitchers. It's guys who are really, really bad pitchers who dependably will give up a lot of runs. Like Antonio Senzatella is one of those. So for me, I am just looking for a dependable result. What I don't want is a super volatile guy. Somebody who has one start where he strikes out 10 and, goes 7 shutout, and then the next start gives up 7 runs. Like, we don't want that. So for me, that's what the circle of trust means. So, Jenks, let me ask you, what does the circle of trust mean to you? And are there certain guys that you find yourself saying, hey, this guy is in the circle of trust?
I would say Sarah Jessica Parker, Cynthia Nixon, Kristen Davis. Anytime those guys are involved, I mean, you're going to get quality. You know what I would say? I mean, you mentioned Tariq Skubal. He's always the problem with this is that some of these players are in the circle of trust, but they're in everyone's circle of trust in some way, shape, or form. So then there's a number attached that you pay for that. But I feel like Zach Wheeler is a guy we've trusted for most of the season, right? In the first 5 in particular. So Zach Wheeler in the first 5 is great. We went on him last night. Logan Webb at home is always a great call. So I think sometimes you look at splits as well, at least when it comes to starting pitchers, and that's massive, where you can see someone, particularly, you always see this, right? Like amazing at home and mediocre or just average on the road. But some guys, when they're in the confines of their home stadium, just absolutely deliver. So those are a couple things or a couple of the players that I tend to look at. Other things as well when it comes to different matchups. But there are certain players, particularly pitchers, that I feel like today Jacob deGrom is going. Like, yes, he gets injured a lot, but when he's healthy, circle of trust. He'll be in there today. So there's a lot of steady arms that you can generally rely on.
Right. And I think when you're talking about pitchers, for me, it's the guys who have a track record of success, because you'll see this every once and again. There is a pitcher who, has a good season. And I feel like I point at a lot of like the Reds pitchers. It feels like there's always somebody who kind of comes out of nowhere that's like, oh, this guy has a 1.93 ERA this year. They're not as much in the circle of trust for me as the guys who have already done it many times before. Like Jacob deGrom is a known commodity, especially since now he's put up some good numbers after coming off the injured list, because maybe that's where the question marks started at the start of the season. But he's somebody who, when in his prime, was putting up numbers that were like compared to Bob Gibson and like some of the greats in all of baseball. So I think Jacob deGrom and guys who have, that brand name, but like you said, sometimes it's built into the price. But I will say something that also goes into the circle of trust for me is teams who do really well when they're favorites. What teams can we count on to deliver when the odds makers give them credit? And I'll give you a good example. Like we were talking about Tariq Skubal, the Tigers are a great example of this. They are 37-16 when favored. And because, they're not one of those brand name teams like the Yankees, you're still up on them. Like, I'm looking at the money standings. If you bet $100 on the money line for the Detroit Tigers every single game of the year, you would be up $651. Okay, so they're 53-32. Let's look at the Yankees, who are 48-36, a good record, leading the AL East. You would be down $653 if you bet on the Yankees on the money line every single day of the season, $100 each, which is crazy. So conversely, look at the Tampa Bay Rays, you would be up $667 just because their money line prices are not nearly as steep. And then I'll give you a flip side example of a team who, when favored, you'd think they'd win games. Not the case. The Braves this year as favorites are 34-31. A team that was supposed to be one of the contenders in the NL East. I had them winning the East, and they just haven't delivered. So you were looking for those niche examples of, if this team is favored, I can trust him. If this starter is going, I can trust him. So obviously, trust continues to be the key word.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think you make a good point about, there are teams like the Dodgers, like the Yankees, these publicly bet teams. You're never, maybe every now and then we'll say on this show, okay, this is a very good price for a publicly bet team. Like every now and then you'll get the Yankees at maybe minus 125 or minus 130, depending on, of course, who they're playing. And in those instances, maybe there's some value there. But on the whole, you do always pay a premium for these big market teams that people just love to bet on because they have massive fan bases, number one. And then they have those T-shirt fans, if you know what I mean, who they've just suddenly jumped on a team because they're winners, these bandwagon fans who they like this team or like that team just because they don't want to lose and they want to associate themselves with a team that traditionally wins. So you have to be careful when betting on those teams on a regular basis. The Rays have been a winner for me this season. Like, that's the opposite of that, where who gets excited about the Tampa Bay Rays? Well, no one. But also, if you look, they're sort of neck and neck with the Yankees in the AL East. And a lot of people, I think, who don't necessarily follow baseball might not realize that. But they're a very good team that doesn't get the same sort of publicity, but has a similar record, and thus you're not paying a premium.
Exactly. So we've talked about who's in the circle of trust, who's out of the circle of trust, because there are certain teams that I see on the card and they should be good. I'll give you an example, like the Kansas City Royals. It feels like they have a lot of talent. Bobby Witt Jr., one of the trendy picks to win MVP, at a longer price over Aaron Judge to start the season. And, they have a lot of young guys that are really fun to watch and get behind. But the Royals are 39-46 this year. And it just feels like one of those teams that should be good, and they're just not. I feel like the same goes for the Red Sox. I feel like the Red Sox should be much better than they are, and yet they're hovering around 500 on a good day. They're 42-44 right now. So, like, those are the teams I don't want to bet on. The teams that have potential to be good, so, like, you don't want to bet against them because they might be good, but then you can't bet on them because, they'll lose in that regard too.
No, absolutely. I'm trying to think of which teams are outside of my circle of trust. I would say the Orioles against lefties. I mean, the Orioles in general, but I think it's an important point to hammer home because it's one thing when you're a disappointing baseball team. It's quite another when there's a particular split where you get even worse, and the Orioles are one of those teams. The Nationals as a favorite on the run line are awful. So if the Nationals are a favorite in any game, which is rare, there's rare times this season, take the other team on the run line because the Nationals as favorites on the run line this year are 1-14, which is around 6%. And also, I trust the Rockies except when I play them. They somehow decide to win and win outright. So those are probably my top three.
Yeah, I think, from a logistics standpoint, there are certain games on the slate that, I don't even look at because I'm I don't trust these teams and I don't know what to expect. I was just talking about the Royals. I feel like the Mariners kind of fit that bill too. I feel like maybe this goes for you as well because I think there's been times when you've been on the Mariners. I'm like, man, that's such a good bet. And they just don't come through. I don't even know how to tangibly explain it, but the Mariners, I don't think are in the circle of trust either.
Yeah, I never know what to do with the Mariners. The thing about the Mariners is in the past, look, they're a very good hitting team this year, or were early on, but better than in the past. And the issue with the Mariners is they're sort of Jekyll and Hyde because they've tended to have, and they do have some good pitching, but some of their guys have struggled. So in the past, you could rely on their pitching and their lack of hitting and say, okay, this is an under team. This is an under team. They play in a pitcher's ballpark. But this season, because they're hitting the ball better and because their pitching has been not as consistent, they sort of lean to the over, which is not what we're used to seeing from the Mariners. So I don't know what to do with those guys.
Yeah, exactly. They're out of the circle of trust, but you can play teams to totals and say, this is a way where I trust this team. And I will say one cash cow for the squad has been the Rangers to the under all season long, one of the best under teams in all of baseball. So it's time to put this information to the test. Who's in the circle of trust and who are we betting on today? Our MLB card comes your way now on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. We're up, we're at 'em. It's time to make some baseball bets. In this segment, we'll look at the MLB slate and see if we can pick some winners. All right, Jenks, it's time to choose your own adventure. 'Cause I've got two stories, and you get to pick one. Because I understand that you don't love Aaron Rodgers, but I saw this on Instagram. It's like this graphic of Aaron Rodgers, and it's like this old-timey like Sega Genesis graphic, and it's like a video game. So it's Aaron Rodgers' Ayahuasca Adventure, and it looks cool. It looks like something that I would play growing up. Or we can talk about the Jeff Bezos wedding and the odds that would be set on who Sydney Sweeney dates next. Because apparently, and this is my shocked face, she was the object of most people's attention at the wedding. Obviously, she's very easy to look at, but there are two single men that it looked like were trying to vie for her hand. And it was newly single Orlando Bloom, fresh off his split from Katy Perry, and Tom Brady. So which story would you rather talk about? Aaron Rodgers and what looks to be a new video game, or one in our fantasy land, or setting the odds on Orlando Bloom versus Tom Brady?
I think I'd rather set the odds on Bloom versus Brady, just because we know the biggest Sydney Sweeney fan in the world is not Tom Brady. It's not Orlando Bloom. It's Dylan. He loves Sydney Sweeney. So those pictures. No, I'm not throwing him under the bus. I mean, aren't we all fans of Sydney Sweeney on this show? She's got a huge fan base.
Yes.
Also, I have to say that watching her, like, those photos are hilarious. I mean, it's like Tom Brady and Orlando Bloom are just like a couple of vultures just kind of floating around, waiting for a meal, waiting to dip in, like, okay, how's this going to go? It's rare that you see that amongst two guys who obviously are good-looking guys. They're stars in their own right. You know, most women around them probably swoon, and they are the ones who are walking around with people around them. And to see the roles reversed, I thought was pretty hilarious.
Okay, so what's the price we're setting? Who's the favorite in this matchup? Is it Tom Brady or is it Orlando Bloom?
It's a tough one. I think it might be Brady. I think Brady has a little more cash. It's close, though. It's close. Like, I feel like Sydney Sweeney might go towards Hollywood glam a little bit more than football.
Right.
But Tom Brady is bigger than football. You know? Maybe there's more of an intrigue there. I don't know. I think I'd put my money on Orlando Bloom, frankly. I think I'd go... Go ahead.
Okay. What's your price?
It's going to be close. It's like Brady minus 130, something like that. You get Orlando Bloom at plus money.
I thought that Tom Brady was older than Orlando Bloom, but he's not. Orlando Bloom's 48.
Yeah.
Did you know that? I think there's also like some other factors to consider because Orlando Bloom literally just broke up with Katy Perry, or like allegedly. I don't know if they've even confirmed it. So I think there's some weird stuff going on there where if you swoop in that soon, you are picking a fight with Katy Perry. And I feel like that's like not super great. I don't know. But maybe Tom Brady's the favorite here. I feel like there's a good chance that she like is not super interested in either of them. Because, like, think about it. Like, they're 47 and 48, and she is the it girl in Hollywood right now where she could have anybody. Dare we say that both these guys are past their prime?
Oh, if it's Brady, Bloom, or the field, you hammer the field. Hammer the field. And also, here's the thing about Tom Brady. Tom Brady has it all. He looks great. But I feel like he's a little cheesy. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're Sydney Sweeney.
He's older.
Yeah. And that's totally Tom Brady's the GOAT, okay? He lives the life, he's the guy, all that. But he's also a little cheesy a little bit, right? So if you're Sydney Sweeney and you're the it girl, like, no. You can have your pick of the litter. So why waste your time with a couple dudes in your 40s and their 40s when you could essentially just have your pick and choose whoever you want.
But how many people are better than Tom Brady out there? Like, when you take into consideration everything, because whatever his prime age was, Buddy looks way better now. I don't know if it's the avocado ice cream, if he got some friends with plastic. I don't know what he looks way better now than he did in what you'd consider his prime years.
I think if you're Sydney Sweeney, because here's the thing that you see all the time. It'll probably be some guy who is the front man for some sort of band who is younger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a cool guy.
Yeah, like a cool guy. He's younger, and he plays music, and he's kind of in the pop scene or pop culture scene, but maybe he's not an A-lister. I mean, I feel
kind of
like
Matty Healy. Like, remember when Taylor Swift dated him? Like, I feel like a guy like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So that dude Joe Kearney is punching air right now. The guy from Stranger Things that had that really big hit that took over TikTok like a year and a half ago. He's like, why couldn't End of Beginning be bigger now?
Exactly. Like, who was I looking up the other day? I got to figure this out. So who is... Okay, so Julia Garner, right? She, very famous actress. Remember, she was in Ozark, right?
Okay.
Like, who is she married to? She's married to Mark Foster, the lead singer of Foster the People. Like, I feel like it would be that sort of, like that, which you're like, oh, wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that, which I found that, I don't know, a few weeks ago. I was like, oh, that's sort of an interesting union. I mean, good for them. But I feel like Sydney Sweeney would kind of go down that route, right? Where it's like the cool, younger guy, plays music, and he's more my speed, and he still has kind of the it factor because in his own world, he's like the guy.
I feel like as far as Riz factor, and I don't even know if people still call it Riz, but like game, you get what I'm saying.
Yes.
Musicians are number one, right? Like if you can sing a song to a girl with a guitar, like think of like Chris Martin of Coldplay. Like if he sat there and like played you a love song, like there's no way you could resist that, right? And here's the thing about Tom Brady. He is no longer an athlete. Like you don't even get the perk of like watching him play football anymore. It's like, oh, well, he used to play football. So I don't know. I think you're right in the musician, inkling.
Oh, let me tell you very quickly. This is an ex-girlfriend of mine from a long time ago. But I sang karaoke on a huge stage here in DC. It was a big like celeb event, whatever, and there were a lot of stars, whatever. And so I was lucky enough to be one of the people who like sang on stage, right? And we had been together for a few years. There's nothing new. She's seen me sing karaoke numerous times, but I sang it on stage in front of a large group, and it was like, it went off really well, right? When we were done, we're in the middle of DC, and she just starts like making out with me, and I'm like, what in the I know. And we're like sitting on a bench in the middle of DC, and I'm like, what? It's because this one moment when I was on, she'd seen me sing a billion times before, but it was a much bigger audience. It went off really well. And all of a sudden in that one moment is like, I was some sort of pseudo musician or something. That's totally what it was. It was the weirdest thing. And that's absolutely what it was. It was bizarre.
Yeah. So that's what Tom Brady's going against. Because, like, what's Tom Brady going to do? Like, recite the playbook?
Hey, run an out route real quick. I'll nail it. I'll lead you. Okay, that doesn't sound like any fun. I didn't go to sweat, Tom. No, thanks. Try this TB12 powder. Put it in your drink. No, thank you, Tom. I'm not. No,
yeah,
thanks. Can
I
you
can't
sing me
eat
a
strawberries. Sorry, Sydney.
Can you sing me a song, Tom? Sure. Birds of a feather, we should be. Okay, never mind. Go ahead. Just leave me alone. Don't do that.
Yeah, the one area of life where Tom Brady is not officially winning, it feels like. So we'll keep you posted on the tabs for that one. And in the meantime, maybe we can be winners when it comes to baseball. All right, so last segment we had, a little bit of a talk about the circle of trust and the pitchers and the teams who we can depend on. So, Jenks, I feel like there's a couple of guys today. Max Fried for the Yankees, 10-2, 1.92 ERA. We have Jacob deGrom going, who's 8-2 with a 2.08 ERA. So, of those two, are you betting either the Rangers or the Yankees today?
I would look at the Yankees for sure. I think that's a good bet because, Max Fried is Max Fried. I am going to lay the juice with Jacob deGrom. In the first 5. I'm going to do it. He's been awesome all season long. I've got my handicap here somewhere. But yeah, it's minus 140. But ultimately, this is the very same pitching matchup that we saw on May 24th, except this game was in Charm City. And so the Orioles were down 3-0 after 5. Jacob deGrom was great in that game. And Charlie Morton was 3 earned over 5 innings. And he's been better recently. But in his last start against Baltimore, Jacob deGrom went 7 innings, struck out 7, allowed a single hit. He's even better at home. I mean, 4-2 at 1.83 ERA. Now, the Rangers don't score much. That's always your sabotage factor. But honestly, it could be 1-0 and you win this bet. So I'm going to go Rangers first 5 run line.
Yeah, I'm looking at MGM right now, and they don't even have first 5 bets. And I should note that the money line price on this has inflated a lot. So clearly there are a lot of people who trust Jacob deGrom because the Rangers have moved to -210, -208 at some other shops. So I don't know if you will be able to get that first 5 at -140, but we will keep you posted. Let's see. Rangers first 5. I'm looking for it. I can't find it. So we'll keep you posted. But I do like the Rangers there. It's just keep in mind that price might be on the move. So if you want to bet on it, bet it now rather than later. As far as the Yankees go, I trust Max Fried, but I'm not sure if I trust the Yankees offense. I was watching this game yesterday, and the Blue Jays were firing back every time the Yankees scored. So the Yankees are just not one of those teams that I trust a lot. A team that I have been trusting a lot has been the Phillies. And we talk about pitchers we trust. And Christopher Sanchez normally does not get, that accolade, but he's 6-2 this year with a 2.79 ERA. And the Phillies in the first 5 have been incredible. So, Jenks, are we running it back with the Phillies in the first 5 against the Padres? Or do you see Nick Pivetta at the other side, 8-2, 3.36 ERA, and say, maybe this is not the day?
I mean, Nick Pivetta has struggled more recently, so I don't mind the Phillies in the first 5. I also don't mind the Phillies on the run line if you want plus money at plus 125 because it looks like Bryce Harper is going to be activated today, so their lineup is going to get even stronger. But yeah, Phillies in the first 5. We said this yesterday, but if you look at their splits, in the first 5 at home, they're a top 10 team in Major League Baseball. Sanchez has been great. Harper's back. Phillies first 5, I think, is a strong bet again.
Yeah, I think that one's going to make a card for me because, like I said, Christopher Sanchez, maybe not the brand name of Zach Wheeler, but still has the numbers this year. All right, so normally I find that we play a lot of unders on this show because most of the time they're tied to bad offenses and great starting pitchers. I was looking at this one. I saw the starting pitcher matchup, and I was like, oh, this looks like an over bet. So Tigers Nationals, total of 9, Jack Flaherty, who's 5-9 with a 4.80 ERA, Trevor Williams, who usually is in the circle of trust for me for giving up runs. He's 3-9 this year with a 5.65 ERA. We know the Nats have some good bats in the lineup, including James Wood. The Tigers, one of the best offenses in baseball. Jenks, I don't think I've played an over in a while. Would this be a good candidate?
I would say just on principle. Why don't you just play an over? Just do it. Just go for it. Yeah, I'd do it. I'd take a look at it here. I think if you're going to play one, this is a prime candidate. And, I mean, Trevor Williams himself is going to give up a lot of runs. He generally does. And Jack Flaherty has been okay, but it's been a bit of a disappointing season for him. But when you think about the Tigers' bats, I mean, the Tigers can generate a lot of runs. And then, of course, even Trevor Williams will probably struggle. And, of course, the Nationals bullpen will come in. They will give up some runs as well. I think over 9 is absolutely a play.
Yeah, it looks like this one's already moved to 9.5. So clearly some other people had the same idea. All right, Jenks, free roll here. Is there a game that I have not mentioned yet that has caught your attention?
I'm not going to go big today. I have 3 plays that I like. I'm going to bet this one. And generally when I look around for a bet that I like, I want to see other people who lean the same way, or I want to see the money going in a similar direction, or something that convinces me. This is just kind of on my own here, but I'm going to go Angels, Braves, first 5 over 5, which is -130, which I know is a crazy high number. But here's the thing. Number one, we see 5s. Don't we always say, oh, my God, the under, the under, the under, and the over almost always hits? Not almost always, but a vast majority of the time, right? You've got Tyler Anderson going up against Didier Fuentes. Now, I don't know a lot about Fuentes. What I do know is that he's been awful for the Braves. 2 starts, 10 earned in 8 1/3 innings. Last time out, he lasted 3 1/3 innings against the Mets, gave up 6 earned by himself. Tyler Anderson is on the other side. Now, he's coming off one of his best performances of the year. 1 earned and 4 2/3 against the Red Sox, but I just don't buy it. Before that outing, he had given up 18 runs in 19 innings. On the road this season, he's 1 2 across 8 outings, ERA of 6.26. And in these particular splits, both teams are in the top 10 in the first 5. So I'm going to give it a shot. Roll the dice here. I'm going to go first 5 over 5 in Atlanta.
Yeah, we've talked about the Angels. Their offense, I think, is better than a lot of people expected. I think they have 2 guys who are in the top 10 of home runs in Major League Baseball, so I like that play as well. Coming up next, it's time to talk about women's sports. The WNBA is expanding, and we're bringing on Craig Hoffman to tell us all about it from the team at 980. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday, and exciting times for women's sports, especially in the WNBA. We know the Caitlin Clark effect is real, and now we have another instance of it. So the WNBA is going to be expanding to 3 other cities. It's going to Cleveland, Detroit, and Philadelphia. Jenks, I was looking at some of the possible team names for Cleveland. One of them is the Cleveland Rockers, which I understand, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I feel like team names are tough, though. Like, I remember when the Titans came to Nashville, and it wasn't the Titans just yet, and they were like floating all these names around, and I felt like all of them sounded really stupid to me. But I feel like once you have a team name, like, you grow into it. And I feel like you can speak on this because of the Commanders. For a while, they didn't even have a team name.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, the Rockers are interesting because they were a WNBA team from 1997 to 2003. So the people in Cleveland who were putting their city's name in the mix said, okay, well, maybe we'll go back to the Rockers. Maybe we won't. We'll sort of suss that out, see how it plays out. But, yeah, naming is always, it's always a very interesting thing. It's a little different here in D.C. because of the politics involved and because of the history and because, there's a bit of controversy surrounding the old name with the Redskins, going to a football team, Commanders. But for other organizations that don't have that history and don't have that controversy that sort of is intertwined with a team name, it's a fascinating process. Like, I feel like the Utah hockey team just absolutely nailed it with what did they go with? Not the Yeti. Is that right? No, they went with the
Mammoth.
The Mammoth, that's what it was. Originally, they were going to go with Yeti, and there was an issue with maybe the Yeti Cup or whatever. But the Mammoth, I mean, the logo, the colors, looks amazing. So if it's done right, then it can end up being a real boon for your organization because obviously that leads to heightened popularity and merchandise sales and all the things that come with that.
Yeah, and that's what the WNBA is hoping for, is sales, is for ticket sales and for merch and everything that goes along with it. All right, so here now to give us the lowdown on everything that expansion means for the WNBA is Craig Hoffman. He has hosted the Hoffman Show on Team 980 from 4 to 7 Eastern and covers women's sports on the Hoffman Women's Sports YouTube channel. So, Craig, let me start by asking, what does this mean for the WNBA, the fact that they're adding 3 teams to the rotation?
I mean, it's huge. And first of all, thank you for just getting straight to that and not making me do my afternoon show this morning on the team name when it comes to the Washington Commanders. Never spend any time talking about that. No, I think for the W, it's enormous. I mean, the fact that they're adding 3, spaced out over 3 years, 28, 29, and 2030 is huge. And Chelsea, you said it, the Caitlin Clark effect is real. And, as I've often said, I think we talked about this last time I was on talking about WNBA stuff. Like, the W was growing at a fairly significant rate pre-Caitlin. And some of that, too, was what Caitlin and Angel and everybody was doing in college and the growth of the women's college game kind of post-pandemic as the NCAA invested more after the whole weight room incident, all that stuff, right? And then Caitlin is like something even stronger than rocket fuel. I don't know what the most explosive type of like nuclear fuel or something like that. I don't even know if that's a real thing. But like she just put this thing into a whole other stratosphere. And now I think the league office, which is a fairly, I don't mean this in a political sense, I mean this in the true definition of the word, a conservative like league office. They don't want to get too far ahead of themselves. They want to make sure that something is going to be sustainable, which often I think in the eyes of the players and many fans has left them behind and doing things later than they should have, charter flights, etc. But if they, in that league office, feel like they can add 3 teams, and that's, by the way, on top of Golden State this year and on top of the Toronto Tempo, who are coming next year, so 5 between 2024 and 2030, that is, or 2025, because this is the Valkyries' first year, 25 and 2030. Like that's pretty outstanding. And I think it's also really interesting in terms of timing. They are about to enter, or they are kind of at this point in the middle of a fairly contentious CBA negotiation. And the fact that the league is like, hey, we're willing to announce this. We have enough revenue. If I'm the players, I'm like, then okay, what about our check? But I do think it's interesting from a timing standpoint. But all in all, very, very good signs for the health of the league.
Craig, along with his growth, has sort of, we've seen this blossom, this interesting this interesting balance between Caitlin Clark leading this league forward. There's no question she's the face of the league, and yet other players who have come before her, even current players, being resentful of that popularity. Like, does that eventually reconcile over time, or what happens here? Because it's fascinating to watch that the league is growing, and yet some women who should be for that are angry against the person largely responsible for it.
Well, I disagree with that premise. I do not think that there's a lot of players in the W that are resentful for Caitlin's, being responsible for the growth of the game or getting credit for it, or like W players are. They watched her in college and were huge fans of her. Like, they understand, and they, when she comes to their arena, they see the different crowd sizes. Like, these women are very, very smart and perceptive. I think to the extent that there's maybe frustration with Caitlin, it's like, you can't act like you're the star of the league who's earned everything when you're in year 2. Like, that's the competitiveness coming out in them. It's like, quit flopping. Quit, begging for calls. Like, stop acting like you're a 10-year vet who deserves more respect when you're a rookie or a second-year player now for her. So I think there's been some basketball frustration, but that's also just like within the context of the clock's ticking, they're between the lines. I don't think from like a marketing standpoint. Now, there's 156 players in the league now. Are the other 155 all 100% on board? Probably not. Try to get 155 people to agree on anything. But by and large, do they appreciate like what she's done for the game, or like, even if they're not going to be like, oh my God, thank you, Caitlin. Like, she's the competitor. Their job is to not go out and worship at her feet. But like, do they intellectually go like, yes, we are very grateful that our league is getting more attention. We thought we deserved this for a long time, and we're glad we have it now. Yes, I think that is very true.
From a marketing perspective, I don't think anybody is going to catch Caitlin Clark for a long time. But as far as numbers go, Paige Beckers has been very, very good in her rookie season. Do you see her from a playing standpoint being better than Caitlin Clark, or at least, on the same pathway? What do you make of her so far?
I think she's been incredible. She got off to a little bit of a slow start, and they're different players. They're similar, like they're both lead guards, so like there's going to be comparisons. I totally get that. We do this all the time, with players. I think Paige is a more well-rounded player, but the thing that Caitlin does in terms of her shooting is so spectacular that it's like, okay, sure, she doesn't defend maybe as well as Paige is going to defend, or her rebounding numbers might not be as consistent, although Caitlin's actually a very, very prolific rebounder as well. But I think that, the range shooting, and I think Caitlin's the best passer I've seen in basketball. Like, she might be the best passer I've ever seen in the sport, men's, women's, whoever. Like, her ability to find seams, find cutters, her get-ahead passing, her understanding of angles, her ability to create an angle with her dribble. It's next level. And then like 3 levels beyond that. And Paige is also a phenomenal passer. But I think like the spectacularness of the two things that Caitlin does well, a long-term player, but Paige is going to be really close. Like, Paige is really, really good. A probable future all WNBA first team player. And if you tell me that those two in, let's say, starting in like 2027, right? Let's get Paige, till her 3rd year, from 2027 to 2033, are they the first team all WNBA guards 4 or 5 out of 6 years? I believe it. I don't know where I'd take that bet, literally, considering what show we're talking on here. But I certainly think like the odds would not be as long as you would think they would for 2 guards to be in that position, considering how much talent is in the W outside of them.
We're talking with Craig Hoffman. He is the host of the Hoffman Show on a Team 980 from 4 to 7 each Monday through Friday in the East. So we got about 3 minutes here left, Craig. When you look at this Caitlin Clark effect, do you eventually see this trickling down to maybe the high school level where recruiting is so huge on the men's side? Is that eventually down the line something that becomes as popular on the women's side as well as the game grows?
I definitely think that there will be more attention on it for sure. The recruiting stuff, that's really for like the college basketball nerds, and people are super into it, and message boards and the whole thing. And there's a huge passion for women's basketball on the college side. Obviously, I will say that I think the women's basketball fan base has been older like women's basketball in college has been supported for a long time. But if you go to the games, like that's something that always struck me back when I was in school is like a lot of older fans would be at the games. And like, obviously those fans are not quite as online. And so all of a sudden, as the game becomes more popular with younger fans, does the recruiting become more of a thing? Probably yes. I think the other reason it probably gets more popular and more notable is there's money in it now. And people are going to follow the NIL deals and who's getting money and who's got the money to give. And obviously, we're going to be entering probably a salary cap era of some sort in college sports in general. So which programs decide to dedicate more of their overall NIL fund resources, or actually it's not even NIL, I'm talking about directly paying players. How many programs, which programs decide to dedicate more resources towards women's sports in general, but specifically women's basketball. And so I think that element of it is going to be interesting and probably something that is followed more heavily. And that certainly is back to the, what we've been talking about with the growth and popularity of the game for sure.
Yeah, and it's definitely a trickle-down effect for all women's sports, because when you get more money on the women's side, even if it's from basketball, we see this in men's sports. Most of the money comes from football, but it trickles down to the other sports. So it's a great thing for not just women's basketball, but women's sports in general. Great stuff today from Craig Hoffman. He is the host of The Hoffman Show on Team 980 from 4 to 7 Eastern, and also covers women's sports for Hoffman's Women's Sports on YouTube. So we want to thank you for your time. We know it's early, but we appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by.
Always good to be on with you guys. See you. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
All right. Yeah, Jenks, as a former female athlete myself, I knew for a fact that women's swimming was not raking in the dough for the university, but I am thankful that somebody was, so they could provide us with scholarships and money so I could play sports.
Well, yeah. And I mean, I think it's just good for sports fans. It's obviously good for women who have, been playing at a high level in various sports for a long time, for just more coverage and more attention to be given to these women who are doing great things. And especially now we're seeing it in the WNBA, as we've talked about. It's not just the popularity aspect. I think now the popularity brings people in, and then they watch and they say, oh, wow, this is really high-level basketball that we're watching. And then that's the one thing that keeps them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same as men's sports. The celebrity status of some of these athletes draws in the casuals, and then sometimes you stay for the actual play. All right, coming up next is hour 3 of the show, and we'll start off with some NBA news. NBA offseason is in full swing. We'll get you updated on everything you need to know next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Tuesday. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on our final hour. The odds say they won't make the playoffs, but the Steelers certainly aren't acting like it. We'll discuss yesterday's trade for Jalen Ramsey and get into that after a quick look at all the moves in NBA free agency. At 8:20, we'll continue looking at what's happening in the Steel City when we bring in Mark Cabali, the Steelers writer for The Athletic. And you know what's coming your way at 8:40, Best Bets and the Donkster. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. You can stream the final hour of our show on the Bally Sports Live app and also on BallySportsLive.com. Chelsea, we will get to the NFL, but let's have a quick update on what's happening in the NBA right now. Jaren Jackson Jr. has agreed to a 5-year, $240 million max extension with the Grizz. He averaged 22 points, 5 boards last season, 3-time All-NBA Defensive Player of the Year, or 2023 Defensive Player of the Year, 3-time All-NBA Defensive Player. Nuggets are trading Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first-round pick to the Nets for Cam Johnson. So the Nuggets unload Porter's salary set at just over $38 million per season. Johnson's set to make $21 million. The Mavs agree to a 2-year, $13 million deal with D'Angelo Russell. Brook Lopez, a 2-year, $18 million contract with the Clippers. Any of these moves move the needle for you?
I think the big one is LeBron with the player option with the Lakers. And I think the question marks that people have about the Lakers now is that, okay, so you had the blind luck of getting Luka Doncic on your roster along with LeBron James, one of the best generational players in the NBA's history. And there's a chance that LeBron might go somewhere else. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's crazy that the Lakers are this team that, you know, when they got Luka, everyone's like, oh, man, they're going to run the West. They're going to make it to the NBA Finals. And now here they stand, where they trade away Luka Doncic's best friend, apparently, in the clubhouse, which is Dorian Finney-Smith. And now LeBron's, you know, picking up his player option, and he's not going to take a pay cut, which, you know, it feels like for LeBron, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if he, you know, doesn't pick up his player option, you know, people are going to be mad about that. But still, it just feels like the Lakers, for the blind luck of getting Luka Doncic, are they even going to win a title?
I don't know. I do want to say first, before we move to LeBron, that, I mean, I do think it's interesting that the Nuggets are trading Michael Porter Jr. because they're getting his salary off the books, and that's massive because the Nuggets said going into the season, you know, this was sort of it for them. Like, this was their one final championship run before they started to retool, and we're seeing that. Michael Porter Jr. was a guy who's been very good for the Nuggets, but didn't get a lot of run during the playoffs. In fact, he was benched a lot, and they sort of went with other substitutions because he was ineffective. So now I'm curious to see what the Nuggets do moving forward and building around Nikola Jokic and if they can put together a championship squad again. As far as LeBron goes, so he signed this player option last week, and didn't you have a theory here about whether or not LeBron will finish the season with the Lakers? There's a lot of scuttlebutt out there that maybe he goes to Dallas.
Well, so I'm convinced he's not going to finish the season with the Lakers. It's more of a question of who is he going to finish the season with. And as with most cases of situations similar to this, I would almost eliminate the first team. The first team that you hear, which in this case is Dallas, take them out. You know, just kind of, it starts the snowball effect, if you will, but I rarely feel like the first team in any of these instances, whether it was like Kawhi going to the Lakers all those years ago, whether it was Kevin Durant coming to DC, all those, like the first team is never the team that they actually go to. Maybe this is because I love Olympic basketball. and this has been rumored to happen for a couple years now, but it makes the most sense to me, and this is just what I want to see. I want to see LeBron and Steph give it at least one run. Yeah. One run in the postseason as teammates together. They've been rumored. I think they play really well off of each other. Steph Curry's my favorite basketball player. I got to see him play for a couple of years with my other favorite basketball player, Kevin Durant. Now, LeBron is not my favorite basketball player, but I do recognize the greatness of LeBron James, so I would love to see Steph and LeBron play together. It feels like with all of the talk centered around your Dallases, maybe San Antonio gets involved in that because they didn't get Kevin Durant. You're going to hear a bunch of teams outside of Golden State, they're going to be rumored. Do not sleep on the Warriors. This is likely the last chance they're going to get with Steph to put together a championship team. LeBron would be a great piece there.
So how do they make that work financially?
Well, that's why you hire a bunch of dorks.
Yeah.
Good question.
That's what I mean, which is possible, right? They just bring in a bunch of dudes and go with.
Well, so you'd probably have to move Jimmy Butler. Maybe you unload Draymond Green in the trade, which we're so far past like needing Draymond to win a championship in Golden State. So you'd have to unload him, but literally, like you would have to maybe dance around a couple of things and make it work. But I think they could make it work.
Interesting.
Yeah, because even just those three players, I think it's like $125 million. Like Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green are making a lot of money. And if LeBron's in the era of like, I'm not going to take that big of a pay cut, it's going to be financially very hard for that to work. But if we're living in like hypothetical land, yes, that would be great. And like my husband is from Charlotte and, Steph Curry is from North Carolina. He always loved to say, God, wish Steph Curry would come back to the Hornets. And I have to tell him, sweetie, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to go play Charlotte. That sounds great. No, he's not going to do that. But, I do think there's something to what you're saying, whether it's the Mavericks, Warriors, because as you pointed out, I think you put this yesterday in the rundown, which is this is the first time ever that LeBron has opted into a player option. And normally when that happens, there is some sort of announcement, and we didn't get any announcement from the team. Now, the story came out last week when he signed that option, but there was certainly no release by the team, hey, LeBron James coming back for another season. So it's not necessarily, some sort of conspiracy theory or there's smoke that something's going on. But I think for LeBron, a guy who is clearly nearing the end of his career, he doesn't have a championship team with LA. Yes, Luke is there, and they're a great combination. But as we saw, there needs to be more for the Lakers to win a title. So it wouldn't surprise me as he nears towards the end of his career. And also, at least he got to play with Bronny a little bit. He scratched that itch. Like, he could end up going somewhere else. You know who else is going somewhere else? Jalen Ramsey, the cornerback from the Dolphins, traded to the Steelers yesterday, along with tight end Jonnu Smith. In return, the Dolphins get three-time All-Pro safety Minkah Fitzpatrick. Ramsey, of course, a three-time All-Pro as well. He's only 30, 24 career interceptions, and now he joins another free agent acquisition in Darius Slay, who comes in from the Eagles. He's going to play alongside Joey Porter Jr. as well in that Steelers secondary. And here is former Steelers head coach Bill Cowher on what he thought about this move yesterday on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
So I thought change needed to take place just that you had an opportunity to reset, reboot, and not think you're going back down the same path. And I think they clearly have done a makeover with this roster, and they're okay with what they have from a coaching perspective. Arthur Smith and Austin on defense, and Mike's a part of the defense as well. So when you look at what they've done from the makeover on the offensive side of the ball, you talked about the offensive line. I think, again, it's young. There's a little bit of inexperience. Fontamu is going to come in there at right tackle. Broderick's going over to left tackle. I think what you saw was kind of a little bit of an emergence of Zach Frazier. I think he's going to be a center, and Pittsburgh's always had great centers. I think he had a solid very first year. But then from there, it really is a makeover. You're talking about DK Metcalf coming in there with Robert Woods. You're talking about Jalen Warren taking it over, and then Caleb Johnson and Kenneth Gainwell maybe being a third down back. But obviously the biggest change is the addition of Aaron Rodgers. So I think the offense is going to be something. I think they will not got Jonnu Smith, number one, because I think that Arthur Smith would like to have a third tight end. Remember, they signed Parham early in this offseason, but he tore his Achilles in training camp or in the OTAs. So getting a guy like Jonnu Smith and pairing him up with a Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington is an outstanding blocker. Connor Hayward's solid with what he does, particularly even in the kicking game. So I think the offense has got a whole new makeover. I think defensively, one of the things you can talk about is the young emergence of Joey Porter. I don't know if he probably took the strides he thought he was going to take in the second year. So what do? You go out and get two veteran guys who've had tremendous careers in Darius Slay, and certainly then today with Jalen Ramsey. So this makeover on this football team is pretty significant. So this is a whole different football team from a roster standpoint, from a starting standpoint. Some of the same staff, but I think, again, there's a lot of excitement. And I think this speaks for the sense of urgency. I think that you look at Omar Khan and what Mike Tomlin have done in this offseason.
Yeah, it's interesting how after signing Aaron Rodgers, after making the move for Jalen Ramsey, that here we are, the Steelers, the number really hasn't moved if you're looking at their playoff odds at BetMGM. To make the playoffs, the Steelers are plus 140. To miss the playoffs, it's juicy. It's minus 170. So I feel like now is the first time where, look, you're talking about a major upgraded quarterback. That didn't move the needle. You're talking about a huge upgrade in the secondary in Jalen Ramsey, who did not want to be in Miami. Like a lot of players don't seem to be wanting to play in Miami now. And yet, these are significant improvements on both sides of the football, but the numbers really haven't reflected that. I think now, for the first time, the Steelers might be undervalued.
Well, it's all relative to the other teams, right? Because they can be a better team, but if they're not better than the teams in their division, Aaron Rodgers is a huge upgrade over Mason Rudolph, but is he better than Lamar Jackson? Is he better than Joe Burrow? I'm not so sure. So I think that's where, the answer lies, is that, yes, this is an improved team, but we also see this in the NFL. If you get your brain back into football, mode, it takes a lot for somebody to move a number. Like we only usually see it with quarterbacks. On the rare occasion, maybe we'll get a half-point move off a defensive player, and TJ Watt, I will say, is maybe one of those players. And that's another thing that goes against the Steelers, is that we don't know what's going on with TJ Watt. I would imagine he stays in Pittsburgh, but that is a huge piece on their defense. So as nice as Jalen Ramsey is a boost to their secondary, their biggest piece still needs to be signed to a new contract because right now it's holding out.
Yeah, we're going to bring in Mark Cabali, the Steelers reporter for The Athletic, the co-host of the Cabali and Mac podcast, coming up in about 10 minutes here, and get his take on TJ Watt and everything else that's happening in the Steel City. But my gut is that TJ Watt is not going to go anywhere. Like historically, if the Steelers want somebody, they keep that player. I think it's just a matter of working out the details. And, of course, the thought would be, well, why in the world would TJ Watt want a new contract? Why does he need one? He just signed a massive deal back in 2021. The problem is that he's averaging around, $28 million a year, something like that. And now you had Myles Garrett completely reset the market during the offseason because Myles Garrett got $123.5 million in guaranteed money. He's averaging $40 million a year. And so when you compare the statistics between Myles Garrett and TJ Watt, I mean, it's 1 and 1A. You can make an argument for both, but TJ Watt during the same time span has 5.5 more sacks than Myles Garrett. And I think ultimately, while Myles Garrett, you can make an argument he's a better player, I don't know if there's a defensive player that means more to his team, specifically the defense, than TJ Watt. Because when he is on the field, it's just a completely different unit. And if you're the Steelers, and Adam Schefter was talking about how other teams are interested now, right? Okay, the Steelers are making moves, and they're going to have to pay more because they're taking on Jalen Ramsey's contract, and he's going to get paid more this season. So if you're taking on more money, that potentially leaves you less money for TJ Watt, and other teams are thinking they can jump in and make a move. I just don't see the Steelers parting ways with TJ. He just seems like the consummate Steeler to me.
Well, and also the asking price is going to be astronomical. Like, they're not going to part with TJ Watt for anything less than like a ton of money because he is a brand name. He is a known commodity. He's been doing it for a long time. And also he's the face of your franchise. So like, you're not going to let him go for nothing. And it doesn't feel like there are that many teams who are going to be that desperate and make like a huge move that, you're probably going to overpay for TJ Watt. As crazy as that sounds. Like, the only team I can think of does dumb moves like that is the Cleveland Browns, and they already have Myles Garrett. So obviously they're not going to get TJ Watt too. So yeah, I do think that the Steelers retain TJ Watt, and I think obviously that is a huge part of their defense, basically the quarterback of their defense. But still, speaking of quarterbacks, when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, I think he's going to be an improvement. But like, look at all the young quarterbacks in the AFC. It's just going to be a tough postseason once again for the Steelers. It feels like it's going to be deja vu all over again, where it's like, oh, the Steelers were a good team, but what did they do in the postseason?
Yeah, the Steelers are plus 550 to win the AFC North behind the Bengals and the Ravens. The Ravens are clearly the class of the division, but I will say one thing about Cincinnati. A, they've got to get over their slow starts, and they're saying they're going to play their starters in the preseason to try and get through that, but they still have a lot of holes defensively. So if there's any way in that division for the Steelers to maybe surprise some people, it could be the weakness of that Cincinnati defense, because the Steelers are going to be pretty salty on that side of the football. Coming up next, we'll continue talking about the black and yellow and bring in Mark Cavalli, Steelers reporter for The Athletic. He is coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Double D. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. It's a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a fantastic morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up shortly on the show, Mark Caballi, the Steelers reporter for The Athletic and co-host of the Caballi and Mac podcast, will be along to talk Steelers football because Pittsburgh creating all the headlines over the past 24 hours in the NFL. What's going on with your Titans? What's the inside word? What's the scuttlebutt when it comes to Cam Ward? I hear he's a great leader. Here everyone's responding well to him. He looks good in practice, which everyone looks good this time of year. However, I mean, the early returns, at least from what I've read, from my vantage point, are that, he's impressed people. Is there any buzz there in Tennessee or no?
I feel like there was no buzz when he even got drafted, right? Like, for a quarterback to go number one overall, and like everybody's like, well, what's happening with Shadur? So I don't think there's a ton of buzz, simply because it's the Titans. Like, they're not a good team. They're a mid-market, franchise. So we'll see. And like, we've seen this story plenty of times before. Like, you guys had it in DC with the Sam Howell offseason, where everybody's like, oh, Sam Howell, such a leader. Everybody loves him. But you have to produce on the field. So we will wait and see when it comes to Cam Ward.
It was so funny. I was reading a report, I think it was on ESPN, and it was going through each and every single team's first-round pick and the early reports, and every single one was positive. Not that you would expect a ton of negative headlines, but it was like, oh, this guy's a fast learner. You can tell he's way ahead of the game. Even the guys who are injured and not working out, he's not on the field, but he's a real student. You can tell he pays attention. I mean, it was just, no matter what it was. Now, he hasn't been getting reps with the first team, but you can tell the drive is there. He has all the tools, great bend, great footwork. I mean, there was not a single, hey, he's coming along a little bit slower than we thought. Or this guy's going to need a little work, which I understand, but that's why I always take these reports that we hear just a little bit with a grain of salt, because everyone, before they played a single down, looks great in theory.
Yeah, I was ready to believe in Will Levis before the season started, and look how far that got me. All I have are memes to show for that.
I mean, and you're not right about Sam Howell. I mean, during the preseason, a couple seasons ago, which sounds crazy to think about, he was all the rage, which is wild. Not anymore. Now he's gone. Now the Commanders suddenly have their quarterback for the next decade, but that just goes to show you never really know until you get live bullets during the NFL regular season. Let's continue talking about the Steelers now with Mark Caballi, Steelers reporter for The Athletic, also co-host of the Caballi and Mac podcast. Mark, thanks for being with us here on this Tuesday morning, and we got to start with this trade. Jalen Ramsey joining Darius Slay in that Pittsburgh secondary. How much better does it make Pittsburgh on the defensive side of the football? I really like this move.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Ramsey still plays at a high level. So that's one thing that they've upgraded a lot of stuff in the offseason. And one thing that you looked at was the secondary was still a little bit iffy. When I say secondary, I talk about cornerbacks. Joey Porter Jr. is a guy that they think can have a good future here, but he pretty much didn't take a step back last year in the second year, but he didn't get better. Slay's 34. Behind them, they have a bunch of unproven guys. So to be able to get a shut-down corner and be able to place him in there sure helps them. And make no mistake about it, you're paying the guy $20-some million. He's your starter. Where they're going to use him still up in the air. They're going to use him inside. They're going to use him outside. They might even use him from time at safety as well. But what he's able to do is provide some splash plays, as Mike Tomlin calls them, something that Minkah Fitzpatrick was void of doing the past 2 years. When I say void of doing, we're talking about one interception in the last 27 games. That became an issue. So, yeah, I mean, it's a win-win for both teams, but I think the Steelers got a little bit more edge because they got Jonnu Smith in the trade too, which is significant.
Right. I want to ask you about a headline that I read that was kind of shocking to me. So there's an ESPN headline that says teams mull possible trade offers for TJ Watt. I feel like he's the face of the franchise. I could be wrong. Would the Steelers consider trading TJ Watt?
It would have to get really, really ugly, but I would not anticipate that. TJ obviously didn't show up to minicamp. Pretty much hasn't been heard from since January, other than a cryptic Instagram post of him giving a peace sign as he's walking off the field. And if you know TJ Watt, he doesn't really use Instagram very much, so we knew that something was going on right there. I mean, the Steelers want to get the deal done. TJ wants to get the deal done. It's just a matter of coming together and getting it done, of both teams being happy with what they're offering and getting. And sometimes it takes a while to get to that point. The Steelers have identified Watt as that franchise player, rightfully so, for some time now. And when they identify one of their own as a guy they want to keep, pretty much every single time they get a deal done. You can go back all the way back to the Hines Ward days that they identified him as a guy they wanted, and they end up getting. You go all the way down the line. There might be a few exceptions, maybe a Le'Veon Bell, but I don't even know if they really want a Le'Veon Bell, to be honest with you. They end up giving him a contract offer that he did not take, or I think it was a franchise tag, and Emmanuel Sanders denied it, but that turned out well because they got Antonio Brown after that. Other than that, you're looking at about 10, 15 people that they identified that they wanted to keep, and they kept. It's just a matter of, I do believe, guaranteed money over the first 2 years for a soon-to-be 31-year-old guy. Maybe there's a little bit of, I want to be paid more than Myles Garrett because I don't like Myles Garrett, and that's where TJ Watt is right now. But it's probably going to come down to September 8th. But I think it's going to get done. I'd find it almost impossible for it not to get done, and even less likely for him to get traded.
We're talking to Mark Cavalli. He is the Steelers reporter for The Athletic and co-host of the Cavalli and Mac podcast. Mark, when you look at this Steelers team now as it's currently constructed, Vegas says this is not a playoff team, but I feel like they have made enough moves now where they could be at least a team that makes the postseason. Do you think they do that?
Well, they're interesting. Let me tell you that. They pretty much turned over a roster. I think I counted potentially 13 new starters out of the 22 from last year. And last year they were 10-7 and made the playoffs as well. I mean, there were some issues late in that season with run defense and quarterback play, but they've replaced a lot of people with better versions of what they initially thought last year. Aaron Rodgers should be better than, Russell Wilson and or Justin Fields. They got another thing too is they got rid of three guys that weren't the most, I wouldn't say likable, but most accommodating people in that locker room, with Najee Harris, George Pickens, and now Minkah Fitzpatrick. So that should help out some as well. DK Metcalf should be an upgrade over George Pickens when you look at number one. Dante Jackson is out. Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay is in. I mean, it seems like they've upgraded in multiple positions, but it's all going to come down to one thing, and we all know what that's going to be: the quarterback. Is Aaron Rodgers have enough in him to be able to lift this team to 10, 11 wins, or more importantly, a playoff victory for the first time in 9 years? I mean, they can add all they want if they don't get that solid quarterback play, which they think they can out of Rodgers. Then they do have a shot. I mean, they played well last year for 12 weeks. They were 10-2, I believe, 10-3. At one point, that before it fell apart, their defense is pretty much loaded. So it's going to have a lot to do with the quarterback and how Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator, be able to meld these new weapons on offense together as well. But, yeah, I wouldn't quite sleep on them yet, but I wouldn't quite call them a Super Bowl contender either.
Can I ask you about the offensive line? I was looking at the offseason rankings, as one does, because it's the offseason.
Yeah.
And Chris Long of CBS Sports put them in the D tier, the Steelers' offensive line, in the tier of, quote, dangerously concerning. So when you have an older quarterback and an offensive line that might have some issues, does that concern you?
No, I think, you know what, I think people are sleeping on this offensive line. There is a ton of talent on that offensive line. We're looking at arguably, or he soon will be, the best center in the league, Zach Frazier. He had an unbelievable rookie season. He's back for a second year, will be even better. A bunch of young guys. Second-year guy, Mason McCormick on the left side. He came out of South Dakota State, 4th round last year. Didn't think he was going to play. He ended up playing 10, 12 games, played extremely well. They got the veteran Sam Malu at the other guard, and he's just a rock. And here's the key, is now they got 2 first-round picks on tackles, back-to-back seasons, 14th overall and 20th overall. The problem is Broderick Jones has not lived up to his billing of being a 14th overall pick. They're moving him from the right side to the left side. Extremely amount of talent, athletic ability, but he just has not performed up to par. But he was playing sort of out of position last year. They're moving him back to his more natural left tackle, and they got the 20th overall pick, who missed all of last year, or the majority of last year, because of an injury, and Troy Fautanu, who's just extremely talented, extremely smart. I can see him jumping in and being a star right away. They haven't done it yet, is the problem. They got the pedigree. They got enough talent on that offensive line to be good, but they just haven't been together long enough for people just not to look at the stats and say, this is an issue. They just have a lot of talent. That's all I can say is, and it's going to all be hinged on Broderick Jones at left tackle. If he fails moving over there, then it can get ugly. It can get ugly a lot. He lost about 20, 30 pounds in the offseason very quick now, but he has to get things right with between his ears a little bit, concentrate a little bit more. But I think that is one huge key, is the offensive line. And I do think people are even sleeping on them because, like I said, they got tons of talent, tons of it. It's just a matter of their offensive line coach getting them to play together as one. And it should help with Aaron Rodgers, should help with Jalen Warren, Caleb Johnson, Darnell Washington, Pat Freiermuth. So I don't quite buy those rankings. They might be good preseason rankings, but something tells me they're not going to be 26th at the end of the year.
Mark, we only have about a minute and a half here, and we've gotten tons of Aaron Rodgers takes, but how much of an upgrade do you think he's going to be personally? Because the opinions are sort of all over the place.
Well, I think he's going to be an upgrade if he can stay healthy. I don't think anything we saw in the limited time he was here in the off season suggests otherwise. He was an upgrade over Justin Fields, who was not very good last year. Russell Wilson, who was good until he wasn't. I mean, I think Mason Rudolph is still a very good backup quarterback, and if things go awry, he can get you some wins. But Rodgers still has one thing he doesn't have. Okay, maybe the wheels aren't there for a 41, 42-year-old guy. We know that. It's not terrible, but the arm strength there. The release is something crazy. That's something you don't even realize about him until you see him in person and in practice. It's like, my goodness, this guy can get rid of the ball in a hurry, which should help with the offensive line as well. And you're not going to find anybody smarter between the ears as well. So you put that all together, if he can stay healthy, I think he's a huge upgrade.
He is the Steelers reporter for The Athletic, also co-host of the Cabali and Mac podcast. It is Mark Cabali. Mark, thanks for waking up with us. We appreciate the time.
All right. We'll see you, brother. That's it.
Sounds good. All right. Well, I'm starting to get pumped about the NFL. I have to say, early on, I was like, the Steelers are going to sit around and they're going to be middling, middle of the pack. Mike Tomlin will do what he does. They'll get to 500, maybe over 500. But I feel like now, because they have Aaron Rodgers, they're being more aggressive than I thought they would be.
Yeah, well, because the window's now, if you want to make the most of Aaron Rodgers, he's not there on a long-term deal. You're not going to have Aaron Rodgers for 5 years. The dude's over 40. So the time is now. You got to strike while the iron's hot. You got to strike while your quarterback is, not getting his newsletter to AARP yet. So we will see. He is a big wild card, but we'll see what comes out of Aaron Rodgers, because as much as we roll our eyes about the off-field stuff, he still has a very good pedigree as a quarterback.
Yeah, he does. And also, I will say, Jalen Ramsey will get the headlines. I understand that. But Jonnu Smith is no joke either. I mean, he set franchise records for the Dolphins last year, receptions and yards, was a Pro Bowler as well. So he will improve that offense as well. Coming up next on the show, let's win some cash and see if we can go closer to the 4th of July with some money in our pockets. That is next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Oh, it's a glorious Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Thanks for being with us. Live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Double D. Oh, I knew that was coming. Thanks for waking up with us. We do appreciate it. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Donkster getting ready. Best bets. Loading. Yesterday, I got a call from the Commanders, and I think, knock on wood here, I think I'm going to Madrid for a week when they play the Dolphins in November. And they were like, hey, you'll come over here, you'll do your podcast, you'll do the pregame show from the stadium. We'll have you fill in during the week. We need you. And you can still do your show. I was like, that sounds amazing. So I was telling Catherine, and Catherine was just giving me the death stare the whole time. I'm like, what is this?
Really?
I was like, yes, you, of course. You will get a ticket, and yes. She was like, you're not going to leave without me? I was like, no, honey, no. We will, if it happens, if it goes down, then we will get you there. So that would be fun. But you never know with these kinds of things, right? I mean, it's July 1st. So between now, I mean, you have to plan ahead, certainly, if you're talking about an entire organization going overseas for a week, then you have to plan ahead for sure. So things could definitely change. But that would be crazy. I've never been to Spain. And then it would be even more awesome is doing this show at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. I mean, now that's what I'm talking about. Getting up at, oh, man, I guess I'll roll out of bed at 10 a.m. and get ready for the show. I mean, now we're talking.
Yeah, and plus a week overseas on the company's dime, like that sounds amazing. You go to Europe for free. So I would definitely jump on that if I were you. You can have some tapas and whatever things that they do in Spain. I am not very cultured. I have been to Spain. I've been to Barcelona or Barcelona. However you pronounce it. I remember the one thing I remember the most was that people don't go out to bars until really late at night.
Yeah.
And I remember people were like eating dinner at like 10 o'clock at night. I'm like, this ain't it. I am not on board for the late night dinners. I like eating at 5:30 p.m. at Cracker Barrel with the rest of the old people.
Lord, we got to put you in a home. Do you like to have supper?
Yeah.
That's a very old school thing. It's almost time for supper. Head on down to the Cracker Barrel. Got to get my biscuits.
I just don't want to wait till 10 to eat. Like, maybe you stay at the restaurant till 10, but like, my stomach's going to be grumbling. I need food sooner than that. Like, what time do you eat lunch?
I don't know. Probably 5, something like that. Late in the afternoon. I mean, that's right up my alley because I'm definitely someone who likes to stay up late. Like, I'm absolutely a night owl, which is bizarre that I work this schedule because normally I do the flip on the weekends. Like, I go from, early in the morning, going to bed at 7:30 during the week and getting up at 4 a.m. And then come Friday, Saturday, it's just the opposite where I'm going to bed at like 2 in the morning and then waking up at like noon. So that sort of consistency, at least for a week, would be kind of cool.
Yeah. Or you could be like me and just go to bed at 9:30 or 10 every single night. So I get no sleep during the weekdays. But during the weekends, like, I'm not doing anything. Like, I'm a 5-year-old. What am I going to do? Like, Chuck E. Cheese is not open at 2 a.m. So we go to bed pretty early, even on the weekends.
Well, can't blame you for that. I mean, I get it, You're always running around and you have to take care of. So, got to take care of her as well. You know who's going to take care of you next after this show? Bet Sweats. That's who.
Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats. Joe O and Kate Constable will discuss their favorite Wimbledon plays. Yeah, Wimbledon underway. As well as, look at this, NFL Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year bets. Also, Kenny Ducey from the Action Network will be along at 11 o'clock. All right, look at this. A few bets on the card today. You went 1-0 yesterday. I went 1-1, so let's build on that and tell you the plays we like tonight.
Time to place your bets.
Oh, I like this price that you found. I was looking at that earlier. What do you got today, Chelsea?
Yeah, the price has gone down, which maybe is a red flag, but I'm still waving a red flag for the Phillies. Let's take the Phillies at home at -152 against the Padres. So we have been talking all show long about the circle of trust and which teams and players are in it. So when you're talking about pitchers, there are three pitchers in the circle of trust for the Phillies for me. And Christopher Sanchez, who's going today, is one of them. 6-2 with a 2.69 ERA. And the Phillies have been in the circle of trust when playing at home and win as favorites. So they're 27-14 at home this year. They're 40-23 as favorites. And also, oh, by the way, Bryce Harper gets back into the mix allegedly tonight. And this offense has been much better at home on the whole. A top 5 offense when playing in Philly. Meanwhile, you look at the Padres and their offense isn't nearly as good when they're playing away from San Diego. A bottom 10 offense on the road. I know Nick Pivetta has been pretty solid, but I am willing to trust the Phillies at home a little bit more than a Padres team that has a losing record away from San Diego. They're 20-25 this year away from home. So let's go Phillies at a good price at -152. Let's go Phils.
Let's go Phils is right. Okay, so I'm glad you found a better price here. This makes me feel even better. I'm going with the Rangers. Rangers' first 5 run line is -125. Are you kidding? Oh, my God. It's a steal. Look, you got Charlie Morton going for the O's and Jacob deGrom going for the Rangers. So the last time we saw Charlie Morton was against these very same Rangers in Charm City. That was back on May the 24th. He gave up 3 earned over 5 innings. The O's were down 3-0 after 5. On the road this season, Morton has been really brutal. 1-4, 6.49 ERA. Then you look at Jacob deGrom. So he has allowed 2 runs or less in 13 consecutive starts. His last start was against Baltimore. That was on May 25th. He pitched 7 innings of 1-hit baseball, struck out 7, lowered his ERA to 2.08, and he's even better in Arlington this year, 4-2, a 1.38 ERA. Rangers do not score a lot of runs, but when you've got deGrom on the mound, all they need is 1, maybe 2 in the first 5. Let's go Rangers first 5 run line, -125.
Yeah, I'm going to be on that as well. MLB.com has Brandon Young starting for the Orioles. Maybe it's, a game time decision, but that doesn't change the handicap at all for me because Brandon Young is 0-2 with a 7.11 ERA. And in general, the Orioles are not a team that I trust. Meanwhile, the Rangers with Jacob deGrom are a team that I certainly trust. So I'm going to be in that play with you as well. Rangers for 5 run line at -125.
All right, couple other plays I'm going with here. So this one makes me a little nervous because this is a really high total for a first 5, but I'm going to go for it. Angels at Braves, first 5 over 5 is -130. You got Tyler Anderson going for the Halos and Didier Fuentes going for the Braves. So Fuentes is not a guy, admittedly, I know a ton about. What I do know is he's made 2 starts for the Braves this season. Woof. 10 earned in 8 1/3 innings. Last time out, he lasted 3 1/3 inning against the Mets, gave up 6 earned in the process. Tyler Anderson coming off one of his better performances of the year against the Red Sox, but man, before that, 18 runs in 19 innings on the road this season. This is across 8 outings. He's 1-2 with a 6.26 ERA. And if you look at each team in this particular split, both are in the top 10 in the majors in the first 5. We're going to get a barn burner in Atlanta. First 5 over 5, -130. And finally, all right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Okay, maybe the last time. I'm fading the Rockies on the run line. Astros run line. It's only -118, okay? The Rockies are going with Chase Dollander. Rockies have lost 4 straight games when he is on the mound. 3 of those by 3 runs or more. At home this season, 2-3, an ERA of 8.54. Some of those numbers skewed because he was so bad earlier in the season, but the same can be said for Colton Gordon, who is going for the Astros. He has not allowed more than 2 runs in any of his last 4 starts. Astros have the 3rd best ERA, bullpen-wise, in all of baseball. The Rockies, as you might imagine, god-awful. If this doesn't come home, I will not fade the Rockies for the rest of the season. This is a cheap price. Astros run line, -118. Okay, we'll see if that works out. Dogster, come on in here.
I'm starting to break out, and I need to know if you have any ointments.
What?
Friday would work, but I'm going to eat a lot of Grizzlies that day. As long as we do it earlier in the day, that would be great.
Dogster.
I just need to be all cleared up by mid-June.
Dogster.
Oh, sorry. I was using voice to text. I was just talking to a friend.
Wow. Okay. Well, we don't need to know about any of that. Please give us a pick, please.
Okay. Phillies. Run line hosting the Padres.
Okay. Good job. Nice to not have any real interaction with you. Do you know who we like interacting with? She's co-hosting Bet Sweats. That is Kate Constable. Kate Constable is coming up shortly here on the show. She was about to pop on, and then she said, you know what? I'll come on when I'm damn well ready. I'm doing this as a courtesy. That's right.
And I just, I bumped my mic, and it's the most finicky little mic here. Like, you touch it and the cord falls out, and then you have to restart everything. So I'm glad I got that out of the system on your guys' show before I go on Bet Sweats today. And hopefully I have sound to start the show off.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good. How are you guys? Good show today?
Yeah, we have a short week. So we're, cruising into what's going to be our Friday tomorrow. We're excited.
That is exciting. Yeah, I will be on for you guys on Friday. Pray for me. Early morning on July 4th. You guys enjoy sleeping in. I'll be covering things here for you.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for doing that. What's coming up on the show? I'm looking forward to listening.
We have a lot of free agency talk in the NBA, obviously. We're going to do a little defensive player of the year, defensive rookie of the year in the NFL, some trade deadline stuff for MLB. We'll talk to Kenny Ducey about Wimbledon and obviously Major League Baseball as well. So lots of fun stuff coming up.
That sounds awesome. Kate, always good to see you. Have a great show. And once again, thanks for filling in. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see you soon. That is going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, Denton, Dylan, Double D, and I guess the doctor who has learned to voice text, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you have a great Tuesday, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 6 a.m.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Kate Kotzbo with you for the next few hours. BetMGMNetwork.com, the BetMGM Network YouTube and Twitch pages. Hanging out with you on this Tuesday morning. Joining the show later on, we'll have Kenny Ducey to give his Wimbledon picks, talk some Major League Baseball. We promise hot dog eating competition. Kate Constable knows way too much about this. I'm a little uncomfortable at how much she knows and some of the bets that we'll be making going on today. So plenty of stuff to go over. How you doing this morning, Kate?
I'm good, Joe. I feel more rested and recovered after my busy weekend. So got a good night's sleep last night, and we're ready to rock and roll.
How's clean? You all good now? The clean before the party, and then the clean after the party,
Clean
right?
after the party. Yes. House is back to being clean. That was the one nice thing. It was that it forced us to actually clean, organize, put everything away. And again, I make myself sound like I live in filth. I really don't, but just, it forced us to do some cleaning when we otherwise probably wouldn't have. So now I have a nice clean house for the rest of the week.
Noted. Kate Constable, not a hoarder, right?
No, my husband is a hoarder though. That's the problem.
Oh, my wife is somewhat.
Yeah.
Really?
Wait,
let me guess. Here's my guess, because he's I don't want to say psychotic, but just an insane Chicago sports fan. There's a lot of old Chicago sports newspapers, maybe. That was my dad, at least.
Oh, tons of those. It's all sports memorabilia. It's not gross things. He's not hoarding old McDonald's cups. It's all just sports memorabilia, bobbleheads, dumb stuff that's going to be worth something someday. But then it's going to be worth something, and you're not going to want to sell it because it's worth so much.
Yeah.
It's an ongoing conversation in this household.
I used to think that with baseball cards and stuff. And then I realize now what they do is, okay, they limit what they put out there. But when we were younger, at least when I was younger, you're a bit younger than me, in the 90s, collecting those cards, you thought they were going to be worth something. And then we realized years later, all of them, even the great players, are pretty much worth nothing because everybody has them.
Yeah. And so if you want to get new baseball cards or any cards now, they limit the number of players, which means they're very expensive to purchase.
True. But it is cooler now. They've got jersey patches and stuff like that, a lot of autographs and stuff. But anyways, that's not why the people showed up. No. NBA free agency used to be more exciting. I would say there are some things worth discussing, some teams to get excited about. Not a big switch. I think it's a lot of the same teams that are doing some smart moves, that are being aggressive at this point. But I wouldn't say it's any sort of a bombshell. It's not like NFL free agency when people start immediate. You see a bunch of moves going down even before it officially begins. The bigger stuff already happened, it feels over the last week or so.
Yeah, Shams had tweeted a ton of big moves coming tonight prior to the start of free agency. There were no big moves. The biggest move was Michael Porter Jr. and Cam Johnson being flip-flopped for each other in Brooklyn and Denver. There was really no massive shakeup whatsoever. For the most part, it was all just role players being moved. And it used to be exciting. It used to be a big deal. And I feel like maybe it's just the year that we're having and that there aren't that many big name free agents right now. But I feel like it was way more exciting in years past, where I kind of kept just waiting for the next a big name or a big move to happen. And that just never came. And I'm not sure we're going to see that really.
Yeah, you got some extensions, some things that are worth discussing, and some star players that are just closely monitoring. Giannis
Yeah.
closely monitoring. Well, of course, I would hope so that he's paying attention to what his current team is doing. I know once the NBA season is over, a lot of them probably unplug a little bit. At least that's what I would be doing. But yeah, if he's trying to figure out where he's going to spend the rest of his career or where his next stop is, I'm sure he's closely monitoring. Brook Lopez now gone out of Milwaukee, but you're right. The star players, look, the big moves have happened so far. Doesn't mean that's going to be the case moving forward, but the Durant trade, the Porzingis trade, everything that's happening in Boston, are they going to continue to sell more pieces? That's what it's really about. And I guess you got to start with Houston, right? Because I think most observers would look at it and say, okay, 52 wins. That was a great surge forward for the Rockets. Now, that is going to be difficult to repeat because of where you are in the rebuilding phase. And then they make the big move. And then they add Dorian Finney-Smith, Capella there. And you look at the pieces they gave up and what they're adding to that mix. Like, they knew that they had to make a big move if they're going to be true contenders, not just that second-tier team that's going to have a good regular season record and then probably bow out early in the playoffs. So of all the teams, I would say that you've got to take a look at Houston. They're still the number one free agency story.
Oh, for sure. I think they got significantly better even since the Durant move. And they're certainly showing you that they're gearing up to try and compete against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Like getting Dorian Finney-Smith, one of the best 3-and-D wings there is right now on the free agent market, that is. Clint Capella just adds depth there. So I think this Houston Rockets team, and I'm not sure they're fully done making moves, and maybe those come after the season starts, before the trade deadline. But they are certainly a team that's saying, okay, we think we have the roster right now to compete, and we're going to go for it, because right now the biggest threat in the West is the Oklahoma City Thunder. And so teams are starting to position their rosters in a way that allows them to compete. And right now, the Houston Rockets, second shortest favorites to win the NBA title at 7-1, Thunder 225. But yeah, and same, I mean, obviously those teams are both in the West, so Thunder are the favorites to win the West, Rockets second favorites.
If you look at BetMGM right now, the top three teams to win the title are all in the West. That kind of gives you a little bit of signal of what's going on, as if you didn't know already. Yeah, they go top three West, then the next three East, which would be Cavs, Knicks, Magic. Speaking of the East, the wide open East, and I don't love any of those teams that I just mentioned there. Cleveland, Knicks, Magic. If you were thinking, oh, the Magic are going to surprise people, like, no, that number's been gone for the last week or so. It was bet into immediately. I am very intrigued by Atlanta. You already make the Porzingis move. You still, of course, have Trae Young, Jalen Johnson, Dyson Daniels. They add Alexander Walker yesterday. Let's add some shooting with Luke Kennard. They're looking at the East as being wide open. And the number of crucial injuries that you have with Tatum, Halliburton, just to name a couple, still waiting on the Knicks coach. Like, so much stuff is up in the air. The conference is there for the taking, and Atlanta is being proactive. I like it. I'm not saying bet them futures-wise, but, man, they certainly have my attention.
Yeah, they are a team that fully recognizes what's going on in the Eastern Conference right now and are trying to take advantage. I think the Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I mean, he proved with Minnesota last year that he can be a really good role player coming off the bench. Over at another book, I can't get my BetMGM website to work right now. So over at another book earlier this week would be Monday, yesterday, the Atlanta Hawks were 100-1 to win the NBA title.
Right.
And now they're down to 25-1. So
That's
that is
insane.
a massive shift. With the names that you mentioned in free agency, like, who would have thought Nickeil Alexander-Walker, they added Luke Kennard, Kristaps Porzingis. Those are going to be the names that move the Atlanta Hawks from 100-1 to 25-1. That just shows how wide open the East is right there.
Yes, how weak it is. We're sure, of course, still they are talented. And it's just, look, if they're in the West, they're not even being mentioned. Maybe they make the playoffs. Like, that's like the difference that we're talking. Maybe the play-in. That's the conversation that we're having. Okay, this Denver move. You mentioned that that's the only thing that was really worth discussing. Porter for Cam Johnson. Is that just like, what is it to you? Just barely a tick up or what?
It is a dump of MPJ's salary to try and get off of that. They owed him $38 million this upcoming season, $40 million the next, where Johnson, $21 million this upcoming season, $23 the next. They're essentially the same player. I think Johnson's actually a couple years older than MPJ, but better defender, better two-way player. So I like it for Denver. Now, they had to give up a 2032 first-round pick. I'm not sure Cam Johnson's worth basically a player swap in Michael Porter Jr. and a first-round pick, but who knows what that's going to be in 2032. But essentially, this gives Denver out of the luxury tax, and Cam Johnson's a really good shooter. So he had his best season, coming off his best season last year. He can be that knockdown deep threat that Michael Porter Jr. was. So essentially, you're just getting an equal player for half the cost. And they bring back Bruce Brown, who was a fan favorite in Denver. Great locker room guy. So the new front office, new GM, all that management is kind of making their first big moves here.
Finney Smith, we mentioned that move. And then we've got the Lakers, LeBron exercising his deal for the 52+ million in his age 40 season. It's funny, like they get all the attention because of Luka, because of LeBron as well. And LeBron making so much money, they're strapped. Like, I don't know how the Lakers are going to get better. You lose Finney Smith. They are what they are. I'm just expecting them to kind of be in the middle of the playoff picture in the West. How do you feel it?
Joe, they spent a lot of their money that they maybe could have given to Brooke Lopez on Jake LaRavia. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I know. I kept seeing the name. Right? I'm like, wait, I don't. Who?
2-year, $12 million contract with the Lakers. I'm like, that's the move that the Lakers do at the start of free agency. You need a center. What are you doing? So Brooke Lopez with the Clippers too. He goes to the Clippers as a backup. Like, did the Lakers even go after him? Maybe they're thinking they get DeAndre Ayton. I'm sorry, DeAndre Ayton's a problem. Like, he got kind of run out of town / wanted to leave the Suns because there was friction there. He just had a buyout with the Portland Trailblazers. It's your former number one pick, former Supermax player, and you just got bought out because of bad habits. Like, I can tell you, DeAndre Ayton has some bad habits. So if the Lakers think they're getting him and that's all that they need to contend, that is not going to be the case. But I think day one, Lakers are my losers of NBA free agency.
Yeah, big time loser. I agree with you wholeheartedly. All right, we'll keep everyone up to speed. If there's any NBA news that breaks during the show, yesterday you have that build up to the 6 p.m. Eastern start, and it's like, bleh. Okay, not much has happened. The big moves have already occurred. We'll let you know if anything changes there. What about baseball? All right, my side hit with Baltimore. Maybe a little lucky because that goes 11 innings, bunch of scoring after the 9th, but I'm an idiot. What a dumb call on Chase Burns. I do fine with sides. I should stick with sides. And then I want to get a little cute. I play a K-prop over a popular rookie making his second start. And Kate, he lasts 1/3 of an inning, 0 punch out for Burns against the Red Sox yesterday.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, what can you do? Like, I feel like at that point you just kind of throw your hands up and say, yeah. We'll live to bet another day.
Yes, yeah. Did see an inside the park homer in that game.
Yeah, so and a grand slam.
Kind of, yeah. That was
first
that
time
was a wild start.
Since Roger Maris, 1958.
The grand slam
and an inside the park home run by the same player.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
That was ridiculous.
How'd your bets do? My
Phillies bet hit. Phillies 4-0 over the Padres. Would have been more. Had, who was it? Jackson Holiday? Is that what I'm thinking?
Jackson Merrill.
No. Jackson Merrill. Thank you, Jake. Jackson, I'm like, Jackson Holiday. That is not the right name I'm throwing up there. Yeah. Jackson Merrill robbed a homer, so it would have been more. But either way, hey, 4-0, that gets us -1.5. Phillies. Zach Wheeler was great. 8 innings, 10 strikeouts, only 6 hits. Not a bad outing.
Oh, there you go. You got a shutout. There were 2 shutouts yesterday. It was a shortened card, but the Pirates win again, 7-0. I don't know. Do we need to start
score a ton again?
Paying attention? I know. You asked the question. I was like, I don't know about that. I wasn't going to go to that well with Pittsburgh, but they got Skeens going today. Nice little win streak they're putting together. Yeah. We'll talk about the MLB card in the 10 o'clock hour. Coming up next, early look at a couple of NFL awards on the defensive side of the ball. Defensive Player of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year. Is there any value out there? We'll discuss next. Joe O, Kate C, you've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Gibson remains in the backfield after having that last carry. Oh, from behind they get him. It's another sack. It's the third today for Anderson.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
And for Sam Panayotovich, you got Kate Constable. I'm Joe Ostrowski with you, BetMGMNetwork.com. This is Bet Sweats, and we wanted to break down a couple of awards on the defensive side of the ball. There's DPOY and Defensive Rookie of the Year. Kate, which one do you want to jump into next? Do you have a stronger opinion on one or the other, or does it not matter?
I have stronger opinions on Defensive Player of the Year.
Okay. Let's go there.
But we can start with Rookie of the Year because maybe that correlates to guys who have won Rookie of the Year becoming Defensive Player of the Year later on in their career.
We'll start with the young guys first. So last year it was Jared Verse of the Rams taking the award. Now, you might remember that it wasn't the strongest class. In the first half of that first round, there were 0 defensive players taken. I think it was number 16 overall, somewhere around that range.
First 14 were 14 offensive players.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was a ton. You had to wait a little bit. So Verse was the 19th overall pick. What you typically see is one of these high defensive picks winning the Defensive Rookie of the Year. You don't have to go too far down the board. 23, it was Will Anderson with Houston. He was the 3rd overall pick, first defensive player taken. 22, it was Sauce Gardner. He was a top 4 pick, the 4th defensive player taken. So it's not like you're usually going past the first round, typically not past the midway point of the first round. So that's kind of where I'm taking a look at. You don't have to be part of a great defense, but it really just comes down to production. And the voters end up going with the guys that they knew in college that were drafted very high. I mean, it is few and far between times where you look at it and you say, oh, look, a second rounder broke through. Like, it's been a long, long time. So what you
Joe,
see,
just on that point there,
ahead.
9 of the last 10 winners have been top 20 picks in the draft. Like, maybe this year. No, this year wouldn't be different. Yeah, 9 of the last 10 have been top 20 picks. So your point is spot on.
Yeah, and it's funny because you look at the odds right now, and there's this massive gap. The guy that has the rep from Penn State, Abdul Carter, and I certainly understand why people want to bet on him, has such a short number compared to everybody else. You've got the New York bump, established pass rusher, edge guys typically win this more than other positions. Same thing with DPOY, which we'll get into. But the 3rd overall pick, Carter, is plus 260. And then you've got the Travis Hunter conversation, which is something we're going to talk about all year long. Goes 2nd overall. Is he going to do enough to get either award, the Offensive Rookie of the Year or the Defensive Rookie? So Hunter's in there. Mason Graham was the 3rd defensive player taken, a top 5 pick for Cleveland. But with his position, how difficult is it going to be to win? Those are your top 3 defensive players. Where do you want to start here with this conversation for Defensive Rookie of the Year?
The conversation that I think is most interesting is that you have 2 players within the top 8 on the board here that are on the same team that were both taken in the first round. Jalen Walker and James Pierce both go to Atlanta this year. And if we're looking for a little bit more value, Walker's 10-1, Pierce is 16-1. And I feel like Pierce would be the play there. We've heard coming out of Falcons camp that Ulbrich loves what he's seeing from James Pierce. Tons of confidence in him. And the Hawks had to have confidence in him in order to give up a future first round pick in order to go move up in the draft to go get him. So just based on that alone, before we've even seen them on the field, and I mean, at Tennessee, Pierce was phenomenal. So based on moving up to get him, having that type of confidence in him, and then getting 16-1 versus 10-1, I would look towards James Pierce as someone still in the first round, edge rusher, a little bit further down the board with some value there.
Yeah. I liked what they did in the draft overall. And yeah, he's a little bit further down. Finding the 20-1 still available. it's not going to take much to sell me on Falcons. Like, I'm too high on the Falcons. Like, every award, I'm ending up having a conversation about one of their players. So that scares me a little bit, but they desperately need some help there. They need a pass rusher so bad. So if they're having a good season, that's something that could stand out. I do find it hard for Abdul Carter not to win this award. I got to be honest. Like, I understand the pricing and I don't really disagree with it. And yeah, we could make cases for other guys down the board, but I understand. I think Carter's going to be an impact player, and the New York bump, no matter what sport we're talking about, is a real thing. The hype is going to be there. Conversation, if he's having a good year collecting sacks, and let's say they're better than expected, Carter's going to get a ton of that credit.
Oh, for sure. And this is why, I mean, Carter was heads and shoulders above most other players in this draft. Mm-hmm. Like, he was the consensus first defensive player taken off the board.
He was the best player.
Kind of with you.
He's the best overall player, don't you think?
Yeah. You're right. I don't see. Yeah, you can make a great case for him to win it, and plus 250. Like, the number isn't there, but plus 250 for a winner. As long as he's healthy, I feel like that's kind of what it is. His matchups are going to be favorable. He's next to Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau. Like, having those two guys, they're going to garner a ton of attention. So I feel like Abdul Carter is going to excel from the jump. And you get people talking about him early, especially in New York. I can't argue with anyone that wants to take Abdul Carter.
Yeah, we're sitting here making predictions. I think it's a no-doubter. I would take Carter, but am I going to bet on a season-long wager at plus 260, the best number in the market? No. I would look and see, is he going to have a slow start, maybe miss a couple of early games, then you get a better number. Then maybe I would take a look. I wouldn't bet it, but that would be my pick. Now, if we're just handicapping, we're looking for value, making a selection here, yeah, I'd want an edge guy and a team that I think can turn things around on the defensive side of the ball that used a lot of their assets to help said defense. I think the Pierce idea is a good one. Hunter, I think it's going to be too difficult, and we still don't know which side of the ball he's going to have more of the focus on, and will voters say, no, it's going to be this side of the ball that we're going to give him a vote. No, it's going to be that one. So that's going to be difficult. Where Mason Graham is playing, it's going to be challenging for him to stand out among the rest. Like, yeah, I think you guys are right in bringing up Pierce, and it's probably going to be Carter. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Another name that I've seen thrown around quite a bit. Let's see if I can get this pronunciation. Donovan Aziaruku. The Boston College kid. Second in sacks last year in the nation, 16 and a half. Go to the Cowboys. Matt Eberflus, new defensive coordinator. He has a defensive rookie of the year under his belt when Shaq Leonard won it under Eberflus. Doesn't really fit the mold, being he's a second rounder of most of the last 10 winners have been top 20 picks. But if you want someone a little bit further down the board to look at, Donovan Azaruku. No one else knows? Am I saying that correctly?
You think I'm going to take that risk and
try
to go for it? I give it up to you. I give it up. Good effort. Cowboys bump. That's the first thing that comes to mind there. Yeah. And then, you've got Parsons getting a lot of the attention. Maybe there's going to be an opportunity there. And that's a team, if they have success, people are going to want to give credit somewhere. Is it the new coach? Mm-hmm. Is it, Dak's return, the change at receiver? Whatever it is, there's going to be credit to be handed out if the Cowboys have a very good year. So I think that's down the board. What's that number again?
22-1, I'm seeing.
Okay. Not the worst number. Certainly not for a Cowboy. Let's go DPOY. We got a cornerback to win this award last year. Usually an edge guy, but we got a cornerback in Surtain. Before that, it was Myles Garrett. For that, Nick Bosa. Those are your winners over the last 3 years. Now, I mentioned with DROI, typically taken very high in the draft, and it's about their production. With the DPOY, your team has to ball out. You have to be on a top defense. It being the sack leader, being the interception leader does not guarantee to you a solid shot at winning this award. It's about your team. And the Denver Broncos were third in points per game last year. When Garrett won it, Browns number one in the NFL in yards per game. When Bosa won it, number one in both categories, scoring and yards per game. And I'm not saying those are the best ways to judge defenses, but a lot of voters, that's the first thing they take a look at. So team success, I would say, above all else. And then they're going to start talking about you. Then you're going to talk, okay, who's the best player on this defense? That's exactly what happened last year with the Broncos. It was kind of up in the air throughout the second half of the season. And then it became pretty obvious to most people, if they're not the best, they're one of the best defenses. And Surtain is the impact player that is making the difference on this team. So that's why Surtain ends up winning that award. Where do you want to start as far as some of these names for the upcoming season DPOY?
Just first, I think it's interesting to note as well with a defensive back winning last year in Surtain, like the pass rushers last year, the top ones, their teams weren't in the mix. Hendrickson led the league in sacks. Bengals weren't. I mean, their defense certainly was not very good. Myles Garrett, second. Both those teams missed the playoffs. You had Aiden Hutchinson, who early on in the season was the sack leader through 5-6 games. Obviously, he goes out. So that made the path for Surtain a little bit easier. I mean, certainly still deserving. But so I'm not looking at a defensive back this year. I'm going edge rusher. I'm going further down the board here. Mm-hmm. Where is my guy here? 20-1. I am going Jared Verse, who won Defensive Rookie of the Year last year. So maybe he needs another season before he can really be the winner of this award. But he's got a lot going for him right now. Year 2 leap coming in, gave the Rams kind of their identity on defense post Aaron Donald. Game's going to slow down for him. Confidence is going to go up, and they're going to tailor that defense specifically towards him. He's the face of that defense going forward. I think the Rams are going to be a solid team this year at that price of 20-1. It's the combination of what I think the Rams defense will be and the price of 20-1. Jared Verse further down the board than, Aiden Hutchinson at 650.
Do you remember who was set to win this award last year? Before the injury happened, you just said his name. This was Hutchinson's award.
Oh,
he was
For
dominating.
sure.
He was dominating everything, like sack lead, sack numbers, pressures, everything. And then he goes down to the brutal injury. Like, it was his award. And then where are we a year later? He's coming back from the injury, and they make him the favorite at about 8-1. Parsons is up there as well, 9-1. We were just talking about that Cowboys defense. I'm going edge/D line as well, and I'm looking for value. So where do I go? It's tough. He's got the rep. I'm looking at Jalen Carter at 33-1. They don't have as many depth. There's not going to be as many rotating pieces on that line for Philadelphia. Can they still have a great defense? Yeah, I think so. And who do you point to as a linchpin? Everything goes through Jalen Carter. He makes everything work on that defense. So if I'm not going to go with a shorter number like Hutchinson or Parsons or even Will Anderson at 13-1, that's where I would go. Value for Jalen Carter.
Do you worry that he is sack numbers wise, like 4.5 sacks last year? That's significantly lower than Hendrickson, leader at 17. That would be my only concern is, like, I feel like he needs those numbers up a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the concern. But he's got to do stuff like force fumbles. He's got to be up there in TFLs and make impact in that way. And I'm not saying he's as good, but it's the Aaron Donald comp. He was able to do it from that position, and he would have to play that well. But I think it is possible, and he's already got the reputation.
Yeah. Is there any shot, Micah Parsons, second shortest odds, plus 750. Is there any shot, and we just talked about who was my Zia Ruka. Is there any shot the same team is awarded Defensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year?
Oh, 2 different players.
Like, that would be pretty tough, right?
That is challenging. So I could easily see, and we've seen it in the past, where you have one team win a handful of awards, like 3-4 awards. That happens. But to have one defense have both the rookie and the player, I don't know about that one.
They would have to be absolutely dominant. And I mean, as good as Eberflus had the Bears defense looking at times last year, is he the guy that is going to produce a DROI and DPOI the same year? I have my questions.
I understand that. Don't forget 1 year ago, your favorite for the NFL Coach of the Year, Matt Eberflus. But I kind of think it doesn't matter when you're talking about Parsons. Like, does the coordinator really matter? Go get the damn quarterback, and he's going to go get the damn quarterback. Just make sure that he's on the field. That's all you have to do. That's your job, Matt Eberflus, and he's going to be just fine. Joe Ostrowski, Kate Kotzebo with you on a Tuesday. Coming up next, MLB trade rumors. Yeah, we're a month away. We're going to talk about some possibilities here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Joe Ostrowski, Kate Constable, with you. Going to talk some MLB trade rumors coming up in just a few minutes. But since we're just talking about Defensive Rookie of the Year, Kate, I thought we could tie this in a little bit because I saw a headline that kind of startled me, and it involves a rookie or two, but on the offensive side of the ball. Here's your headline. Deshaun Watson has taken Shedeur Sanders under his wing in Browns quarterback room.
Sound the alarms. That is not good. Bad. That is not good by any means.
Okay, so it's bad all around. Apparently, Dylan Gabriel as well. The room is crowded. It's a crowded room. It's going to change the size of said room, but I was just like, what? First off, I don't think he starts the season with the team. He's going to be gone unless one of the drafted rookie quarterbacks is put on the practice squad or something like that, which I have a tough time seeing.
You mean Deshaun Watson's going to be gone?
Yeah, of course. Right?
Yeah,
They're not walking the season with him.
No. Like, why can't Joe Flacco be the guy that takes the young rookies under his wing? If you are Kevin Stefanski or anyone in that organization, like, you're pushing for Joe Flacco, who's been in the league a long time, has a great reputation, teams like him, one comeback player of the year, like, has got his ducks in a row, not Deshaun Watson, who we all know what went down there off the field. His on-the-field performance has not been great. If you are the Browns, I do not want Deshaun Watson grooming. Grooming is probably the wrong word. I do not want Deshaun Watson.
I don't know that is what you wanted to go for in this situation.
That is not what I meant by it. Showing him the ways. You do not want Deshaun Watson showing him the ways on the field. We'll leave it just on the field stuff.
I'm showing him the light,
off the field,
the neon light at certain shops. Yes, I know. We don't want any of that. Yeah, that's a bad idea. That's not something that I would want out there. Like, not something I'd be promoting. Hey, we got a leader here in Deshaun Watson. I know off the field he's been horrendous. I know on the field he's been really bad. Like, that's the other part. That guy was so good with the Texans. He was a legit top 5 quarterback in the league. And you're right.
Well, that's why the Browns gave him so much money.
Right. I know.
Also, Shedeur Sanders already has one, let's call it an infraction, a demerit under his belt this season with the whole speeding thing. Maybe it's just because I'm a female. I will never understand this car racing deal. Like, all these players at Georgia that get arrested for speeding, like going 120 miles an hour. You'd think at some point guys would learn. Shedeur Sanders needs to be on his best behavior. I know he already has a contract in place, but we can't be doing that already before you even take your first NFL snap and add on the Deshaun Watson stuff. And I don't know. I wasn't confident to begin with in what was going on in Cleveland, but certainly not added confidence now.
Yeah. I don't pick your mentors wisely.
Yeah.
I would just say that's come on. The headline writes itself. And don't forget, there's Pickett. I forgot about Kenny Pickett is there too.
Oh, yeah.
So you got Flacco.
Kenny's a nice guy.
Pickett. Is he? Or are you just saying that? Go ask Chris Mack tomorrow. He's not going to
have
any nice things to say about him.
No. I mean, I don't know Kenny Pickett personally, but the guy hasn't gotten himself in trouble or done anything off the field that's reckless. So as a leader or someone you want to learn from, maybe Kenny Pickett would be a better choice than Deshaun Watson.
Our Lads does depth charts. I think they're as good as anywhere. They're constantly updated. They have Deshaun Watson listed as 5th on the depth chart. So he's going to be
that's right.
Yeah, I think it's accurate too. Is one of the rookies, like, which rookie goes on the practice squad or whatever? You drafted Gabriel ahead of Shedeur.
I think Shedeur makes the squad and Gabriel goes on the practice squad.
The 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
Not the 5th round pick.
It doesn't make any sense. Right. It would be completely backwards, but I think that's probably what happened. Because didn't Shedeur already sign a contract of some sort, as Dylan Gabriel has not been given anything? And I think that's telling.
Yeah. Yep. I think you're right. And most people would say that Shedeur is a better player, Shedeur is a better prospect, but they ended up taking Gabriel first because we know why. And then like, a couple rounds later, wait, he's still there, man. Let's just take the best player. That was their thinking. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. But yeah, that is going to be fascinating. What ends up happening with the quarterback room. And I think we're all pretty sure about the Watson angle, not someone you want to tie things to. And anyway, Joe Ostrowski, Kate Constable with you here on Bet Sweats. All right, it is July 1st. We are 1 month away. July 31st, the MLB trade deadline. So these conversations are going to start to heat up, trying to figure out which teams are going to be sellers, which ones will be buyers. CBSSports.com, they did a piece on who's most likely to be traded and what are some possible landing spots. I think it's a lot of the same names that we know about. And what they bring up are teams at this point, they are very confident will be selling. And I think that's probably the right way to go about it at this point, because so much of the league, you have no idea. It's going to change a lot over the next few weeks, but some could be in the playoff picture now, but maybe they're going to end up being sellers once we get to the end of the month. So in their top 5, they list Colorado, Miami, a couple of Arizona players, and Milwaukee as well, with a premium on pitching, which is always the case when it comes to the trade deadline. 5th is Sandy Alcantara for Miami. That deal is going to happen. He had such an awful start, though. The walks have calmed down over the last month or so. That just might be someone, and I know there's rumors about him going to the Cubs. The Cubs are certainly going to be looking to add a starting pitcher. They need to, given the health. New situation, that might just be right for him. We see it every year. Like, the talent. They're in a losing situation. Numbers aren't great, but now he started to turn things around probably just in time. Alcantara's going to be dealt, and it wouldn't surprise me in the second half of the season if he's a difference maker for some team.
Yeah, that's the one name that I keep seeing and hearing pop up everywhere. So, I mean, it's not a done deal until it's a done deal, but it feels like that's the biggest name in terms of starting pitchers. Slow start because he's coming off of surgery, right? Like that, you can understand that. Any team that may be looking at him can understand that, I think. Cubs, Padres try and add him, anything like that? I've seen him linked there a little bit, but I think it's fairly safe to say that he'll be on the move prior to the deadline in late July.
Texas is mentioned as well. Arizona, I was high on them going into the season, and it's been a mess. So I expect them to be an active team. A lot of the players mentioned in a lot of spots are Merrill Kelly, the starting pitcher, and then also Eugenio Suarez, their outstanding third baseman, which brings a lot of pop to a lineup. Probably a guy that's going to be hitting in the middle of a pretty good lineup for a playoff contender. So there you go. Suarez and Kelly. Yeah, I would agree with that based on where they are in that West and how they've been playing and the number of injuries they've been dealing with. Just haven't been able to get on track this season. The D-backs will be selling, and it could be both those guys.
Yeah, I saw a number of D-backs players, which I mean is not surprising whatsoever based on where they're sitting right now. Obviously surprising based on their expectations coming into the year. Jim Bowden, Paul is throwing this out here, said on Foul Territory, the Cubs are all in from what he's hearing. I did listen to that clip yesterday, Paul. I feel like that is hard to believe that the Cubs are all in. Are the Cubs ever all in? If they were all in, wouldn't you be paying players a little bit more, being a little bit more aggressive than they have in previous seasons?
Yeah, what does that mean, all in? So does that mean they are all in to pay Kyle Tucker? I think that's a different conversation than being all in at the trade deadline. Then adding a piece that you're going to have for, on an expiring contract or maybe for a year and a half, adding to the rotation, which has gotten injured, like with the Steele injury, of course. Imanaga, he's now back in the rotation. Good for them, but they still need to add and they still need help. All in, that tells me they're going to add at the deadline. They are looking to be a buyer, but it doesn't mean they're going to give Kyle Tucker $500 million.
No. Or mortgage tons of assets that they have to go out and get a starting pitcher or anything like that. Okay, Joe, the Rockies are historically bad. Like, is there anyone on the Rockies that you could see moved? I know Ryan McMahon was mentioned in that CBS article. Or is this team like just so bad that it almost makes their players not seem like they would be great additions elsewhere? Like, does it almost turn teams off from some of their players because they are so bad this year?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, there's probably not much to choose from, but at least you know early on in the process that they're going to be selling. And when you have a guy like McMahon who's 30 years old, okay, that's a target. Now, if you have someone that's producing at a decent level, lower to mid 20s, like maybe that's something that they would want to hang on to. You know, Hunter Goodman is nearly a 2-win player for this team, done a lot offensively. But McMahon, he's known for his defense, and he could really help a team at the hot corner. So that's someone that I could see traded. If you're looking elsewhere, I don't know, Kate. I don't really see anybody that would be too appealing to any other team out there.
I mean, this doesn't answer that somewhat question you just threw out there, but the Orioles, like, they're another team that expectations going into the year, like a great young roster. But if you look at this, the CBS article, they have multiple players that are on this that could be on the docket to be moved prior to the deadline. I think that's a team that could be drastically different come August 1st.
Again, look to the 30-year-olds. O'Hearn, 100%. Laureano, yes, look over there. But, you know, when it comes to guys like Gunnar Henderson or what Rushman has not been doing this year, like, why would you trade him right now when his value is down? So, yeah, you're going to be looking at those older guys and then, okay, let's see what we can get. We need to add some assets. This is a lost season for us. But those two teams that we're talking about, when you're looking at the pitching, not a lot that teams are going to be excited about. Joe Ostrowski, Kate Kotzebue. Kate has the breakdown of all breakdowns on the Nathan's hot dog eating competition. We'll give you some bets for the 4th of July right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Kate Constable with you on a Tuesday morning. Thanks for hanging out. The show, Bet Sweats, weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network. And Kate Constable loves to break down the hot dog eating competition. So do I. I bet on it every single year, but I don't know what the hell I'm doing half the time. It's usually a chestnut-related bet. It did lose a lot last year without Chestnut in the event, but that is not the case this season. You are going to see on the 4th of July morning, if you're one of those people that can stomach watching it, and everybody else that walks by in the house is making their comments about how gross it is to watch, and they drag it out and they drag it out. Just get to the 10-minute competition. Just get to it already. My God. It is entertaining, though. Great way to start the 4th of July. So Kate Constable had Joey Chestnut on her show. He was on the Better Angle as he's been prepping for this big event. Take a listen.
I find motivation. I remember when I lost in 2015, I used that as motivation to come back hungrier. And then that's when I finally broke 70 hot dogs. I'm using this as last year's motivation. I'm almost looking at it as a loss. So I need to come back stronger than I ever had before. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm using it as motivation, and everybody out there in New York is I'm going to be feeding off their energy and just going in hungry.
There's Jaws, Joey Chestnut on the Better Angle, right here on the BetMGM Network. All right, Kate, where do we start with this conversation? Do we start with the heat? Do we start with the history? Do we start with the contestants? Where do you want to go?
I think we need to start with the history, but also include the Netflix special against Kobayashi earlier this year, because that, I think, is going to skew a lot of people's opinion on where the number's at. So right now, there is a number out there. Joey Chestnut, over 71.5 hot dogs at this year's Nathan. You have 10 minutes. His record at Nathan's is 76. That was set back in 2021. He had 75 in 2020. And then since that 76, he's dropped down 63 in 2022 and then 62 in 23. So first off, just looking at the numbers of his last two seasons, I would go under the 71.5. There are a couple other factors to consider how he's going to do this year. One, the difference between the Netflix when he ate 83 dogs versus Nathan's. There is quite a few differences. For one, Netflix, you could not dunk your hot dogs or buns in water, which kind of seems odd that he would then eat more, but those had to be eaten together. Nathan's, you can dunk the bun, you can dunk the dog, you can do it separately, together, whatever you want. They were also different hot dogs. So the Netflix one, they were Ballpark Franks on Great Value buns. Nathan's hot dog is obviously Nathan's hot dog brand. Joey told us that makes a huge difference, the type of hot dog that they were. He also told us that eating indoors, that's significantly different. And the dogs for Netflix were cooked for two people. So right there, they were kept super fresh. That also, Joey said, plays a massive difference. So don't look at the Netflix and say, okay, he ate 83 hot dogs. He can for sure go over this, because he compared it to like the Olympic world record for sprinting, indoor versus outdoor. It's going to be very different. The heat, that plays a role. So if we want to go there, Joe, the hotter it is, the fewer dogs that we're going to be seeing Joey Chestnut consume on the 4th of July.
A lot there. Weather. It doesn't seem like it's going to be as hot as we've seen it in the past, though, right? That's what I saw.
Not that I have seen. Now, it could be like, look at the humidity. Maybe it's not blistering hot, but it's super humid. That's going to play a factor. When he had 63, what was that, 2-3 years ago? There were storms, and that delayed the contest 2 hours. He said that played a major factor in dropping, what was that? He dropped 13 dogs from the previous year. So those types of things, be aware of. Even if it's not like a 90-degree day, if the humidity is very high, that's going to be a lower dog count for Joey.
Mm-hmm. Are they the same size, the Nathans in the ballpark?
That I cannot confirm.
Feels they're a little bit different. Like Nathan's is longer and skinnier.
I mean, I can't say I've had a Nathan's dog, so I'm not sure the girth or the length of those
There
dogs.
we go.
Didn't have to say girth.
I was doing everything I could to avoid saying girth, and Kate
You were
comes
just
right
setting
in
me
with
up
it.
for that. I'll take one for the team. Yeah. I'm not confident in the girth of these dogs that will be consumed on the 4th of July.
Okay.
But
okay.
I can do my research and report back to you.
No, you don't have to. I agree with the chestnut under 71.5, though. And there is a reason that that's juiced to the under. I don't know if that's going to stay the case. But yeah, with the time off and everything, I'm totally with you. I don't know. I was talking about it with Sam. I'm not sure if there is a prime. Like, do you get past your prime at a certain age? When do the numbers for eating competitions start to go down for you? But, Chestnut's been going at this for quite some time here. Minus 2,500 for him to win it also. You can do bets with Chestnut or where you get good value in other people if you think that they're going to win. But you can also do, it's like Scotty Scheffler with golf. There are without Chestnut bets. So basically who's going to finish highest, removing him from the equation.
That is where I would go, is just remove Joey Chestnut and look at some of the other participants. Esper has been a name that's, always very high. Miki Sudo. It also was interesting. Joey said, I don't think, this is like quoting him. He said, I don't think anyone's going to eat 83 dogs on the 4th of July. Unless someone does, then Joey will be the one. Or he said, I won't be eating 83 dogs on the 4th of July unless someone else does. Then he will push himself to do so. Because at this point in his career, from the times that we've talked to him, and we've had him on our show multiple times, is that he is past his quote unquote prime of food eating contests. When he was younger, he was training every 3 days, cooking hot dogs in his home, putting himself in like a simulated contest and eating these. And now it is drastically different. And so he knows he's further on in his prime. He had we talked to him maybe 2-3 weeks ago. I think 2 weeks ago that interview was. And he had 3 practices leading up to the 4th. So basically in a 3-week span, 3 practices versus every 3rd day practicing. That also plays a role.
There's a bet on the record being broken. You mentioned of 76 hot dogs. The no is minus 275. The yes is plus 215. My first reaction is that yes value is garbage. Like, I'm not one that likes to lay nearly $3 on anything, but I don't see the record being broken. Don't bet on it. Yes.
No.
That'd be my recommendation.
I would not bet on it. Yes, either. Joey hasn't even gotten close to his record in the last 2 seasons at Nathan's. Obviously he missed last year. But he wins by like 20 dogs every time. So that would mean that person needs to consume 35 extra dogs, which again, Joe, depending on girth, might not happen.
Yep. Okay.
I'm just going to keep saying that word and make you uncomfortable.
No. Well, then I'm going to start to say moist, because every female I know hates that word.
I don't particularly enjoy it. No, but the buns will be quite moist.
They will
on the
be.
4th of July.
It does fit. Yeah. Both things end up fitting this conversation. Kate, you can also bet on matchups, again, like golf. So there are Scheffler without, there is Chestnut without, and then they also have matchups set up. So there is Webb against Esper, Bertoletti against Webb, Bertoletti against Esper, Weary against Sudo, all sorts of matchups here. Now, there are some heavy favorites. The Bertoletti ones are minus 150. I find that kind of interesting. The over-under on him is 50.5. So that's the second highest number after Chestnut. But a lot of the other competitors are very close. Esper, 49.5. Webb, 49.5. Weary 46.5. I mentioned Bertoletti 50.5. That's gone up by one dog in the last week or so. So you got Chestnut on an island, and then a lot of these other names that people have seen, if you watch this every year in the past, like they're all bunched together. They're not quite sure what to do. They're all at that 49.50 number.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, honestly. My specialty is Joey's eating solely. I'm not sure what to do on a lot of these other participants. I mean, Esper, I feel like he is a name that is always near the top. Miki Sudo is the female eater. I believe it's her husband that is on the male side. He's always up there too.
Weary?
So those are two names that. What's that?
I think Weary's his name. Is that Weary, her husband?
That sounds correct. Yes.
Yeah.
That would be someone I would look at too. But head to head, I mean, go off of what you've done in previous years and maybe add or take away a dog or two and kind of see where those results net out. But I don't think anyone is having like a massive surge in number of dogs consumed. Like, it's kind of crazy to increase your total by 5 or 6 dogs a year. Joey is an anomaly because he is Joey Chestnut, but outside of that, I think most of and again, check the weather because the weather affects Joey. The weather is also affecting these other eaters too. So those are the intangibles that you can kind of see. And if the weather is really warm, if it's humid, maybe take all those numbers down a little bit.
So last year, Bertoletti had 58. Does Chestnut crush that number? You mentioned the weather and all that, and those are fair things to consider. I also wonder what the impact is going to be on the other competitors being next to Chestnut. Like, the guy is here this time around. Like, are they going to be intimidated? Are they going to go too hard early on in the first 5 minutes, or how does that go?
That's a good point of going a little too hard, being a little overexcited. And I wonder last year if maybe, I mean, you could also make the argument that maybe some of those numbers last year were a little lower because they weren't being pushed by Joey. They were being pushed by each other, but you're not chasing Joey, who's probably 10 dogs ahead of you at any given moment. But on the flip side for Joey, I think it's also interesting to think about like him being back in the contest after being banned last year. So he's making his return. Does he want to make a big splash, a big statement as to, okay, I am back. I am the all-time great. Here I am once again. That would only be my only argument for the over. But again, in talking to him, like I asked him, are you closer this year to your record at 76 or what are you thinking? And he kind of jumped and said, based on the inflection in his voice, he was like, oh, no. I mean, that would be great, but I'm not sure I'm getting to that point. So still think the under is good. Maybe the over for a couple of those other guys is the way to go.
That's interesting. Because he's out there to promote it, and everybody involved. It's promote. It's a show. It's entertaining, and he's like, "Whoa, let's not go that far. That's crazy. Yeah. I don't think that's ever happening again." Is basically what he was getting at. Oh my God, this is so ridiculous. This is the most degen bet I've ever seen. Hot dog eating. Not only is it a hot dog eating competition, but odd or even number of dogs on these competitors. Minus 110 on both sides. It is so stupid.
Have you ever, I mean, they have that for like NBA games. I think NFL is the final score going to be odd or even. Do you ever bet? I've never once placed one of those types of bets.
Somebody's betting those. I won't bet first basket. I understand why.
Yeah.
But somebody, I mean, look at some of the wagers that are out there and how random.
That's
people
true.
Go nerfy crazy. Like, a lot of times it's pretty random, pretty stupid, but yeah, I mean, there are bets out there that I just don't understand, but people are betting them. Otherwise I wouldn't post them.
That's true. I have no science. I have no algorithm to tell you whether or not it's going to land on an odd or even hot dog. There is nothing to back that. You are throwing darts.
Okay. But Chestnut under is the play. I agree with you there. I'm going to bet Bertoletti over 50.5, though. Even though we've lost a hot dog on the number. Look at him, 58. And I think the reason that the number isn't higher is just we don't have as much of a sample size on him. Some of these other competitors have been doing it longer, and you see, over the course of 3 to 4 years where they end up at, and maybe you're getting a cheap number on Bertoletti. So I'm going to go over on him.
I like that. I can get on board with that. Esper was the runner-up to Joey 2 years prior, not last year, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And then Miki Sudo, she's been the dominant one for the women's. I don't know what that number's at, but figure out a way to somehow get a decent price on her, and I think she's a safe bet.
No doubt. All right, today's MLB card is next. Joe Ostrowski, Kate Constable, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Joe Ostrowski with Kate Constable. Kate Constable in for one Sam Panayonovich here today on the show. It'll be Kate and Chris Mack tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time on the BetMGM network. This is Bet Sweats. We're going to break down today's MLB card coming up in just a couple of moments. Kate, I don't know if you have the answer to the question I'm about to ask, but can I trust what is being reported in the Sun about celebs?
In the Sun?
Yeah. Do you know of that at all?
The newspaper?
I think it's, yes. Well, it's whatever. It's online. Everything's online nowadays. I'm asking.
I don't know
asking
what
because I think it's more gossipy stuff.
Okay. The Sun magazine.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
Yeah.
So
okay. Nope, that's
at
what it is. Political.
Jeff Bezos' wedding, a lot of reports. Tom Brady and Sydney Sweeney dancing the night away until 2 a.m.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I heard that they were dancing quite a bit, but I also heard that either she was dancing with quite a few people. He was. Honestly, Joe, maybe you don't know, but my pop culture is god awful. Like, I couldn't care less about. Honestly, I've never Sydney Sweeney is in. But I think there's something there. I mean, weddings bring people together. There's a lot of love in the air. If Brady is trying to get back at Giselle at all for having a baby with her jiu-jitsu instructor, then I think Sydney Sweeney is probably the person to do it with.
Yeah. 20-year age gap. Is that fair? We're not doing the Belichick conversation. That's a gross conversation. I've talked enough about that.
20-year age gap when you're Tom Brady and Sydney Sweeney is totally fair game.
It's totally fine. And she's 27. It's not like she's like 19, 20.
No, that's fair game for celebrities. I mean, if like I was dating someone 20 years older, I would be a little creeped out, or 20 years younger. That would be even more concerning. But I think for celebrities, plus like Tom Brady doesn't look.
Why is it different?
Well, if I were dating someone 20 years younger, they would be underage.
I understand. No, but you're saying for celebrities, it's fine.
Oh, I don't know, because we see that all the time, and half the time it's just like for headlines and clicks and to boost their careers, and they have all the money in the world. They can do whatever. So it feels like it's more fair game when you're multimillionaires.
Speaking
and
of
they're all hot
27-year-old, sometimes you gotta go up a couple brackets just for a side quest.
I don't even know what that sentence means. Up a couple brackets for us.
Paul knows what I mean. Paul agrees with me. Sometimes
everyone should go older at some point.
Yeah, sometimes you got to punch up a couple age brackets just for a side quest. Short term, just for the story.
47, Jake? 47, would you?
Depends. Situations are situational.
It's older than me, dude.
Jake, how many side quests up a couple age brackets have you experimented with?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, a couple, 2, 3.
Couple, 2, 3? Meaning 20 years up?
Not exactly 20, but in the range. It's a sliding scale.
What's the range? 15?
We've
years?
gone 15 before.
Jake, you go to Lottie's every weekend. Where are you meeting these women?
Not every weekend. Not every weekend.
Also, Jake,
a side quest.
Attaboy.
Proud of you, Jake.
Was Lottie's the bar you had a girl pinned against the glass, or no?
No, that is not what happened.
No, that's Cody's. That's basically Lottie's North.
Sure.
Come on.
Also, I was not doing the pinning. It was reversed.
Oh, you were pinned.
Sometimes.
Pinned by a older side quest?
Aggressive.
Not much. Slightly. This one was slightly. one was like 3 years older.
Okay, that's like nothing.
That's
nothing.
Exactly.
I would.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Like this screams of what's the bar, Jake, with like the cigarette burns in the carpet. That's the bar where something like this happens. Is what I feel.
You're gonna have to be way more specific.
Could be anywhere.
That could be, and about 7 places just popped into my head.
Oh, 4 trays, 3 trays, 5 aces.
Four trays. Yep, I lived across the street from 4 trays for a little bit. It was not there, but good pull.
And
I
Paul,
think it's
you hate
concerning that bars have carpet. What bar has carpet?
that's gross.
That's
That's
disgusting.
gross.
Places that I go to.
So much beer,
Apparently.
and you can't even clean it up. Paul, why Venice bad for Bezos? Bad selection?
It's so on brand. So incredibly overrated. Perfect for people with Botox and like everything going on there. It's overrated. It's overpriced. It's like you'd be better off just getting a postcard somewhere and get someone to send you a picture. There's a bunch of pigeons in the main square. It's stupid. It's very overrated. I'm actually, Kate, I don't know if you're aware, in Italy right now with the family. My brother and sister are talking about taking a day trip to Venice, and I'm like, go for it. I'm staying here. Enjoy. Don't waste your time. But it is so
You're in Italy right now?
perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah. She
didn't even know.
I had no idea.
I just heard Kate's brain misfire listening to that.
It was like a 30-second delay, but
Did I hear this correctly?
Yeah.
What time is it there?
Yeah.
Afternoon?
Let's see. I've set my computer to 10:28. Military time,
military
guys.
time.
16:27.
Means nothing to me.
So middle of the day. It's not too bad.
4:30.
Middle of the afternoon. Based
Where
on
in
your
Italy
betting
are you?
Tuscany. Mom's 70th birthday. So.
Ah, wonderful. If I have a great
Under the
winery
Tuscan
there,
sun.
if that
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Like we keep in touch with the people there. They've been to our house in Minnesota. Like they are phenomenal. I'll send you the info.
Oh, perfect. See,
Paul is going to be there tonight.
You don't get this in Venice. You don't get this in Venice. Go to Venice.
No, you don't.
See, I think Paul just wrote this article I pulled up. I agree with the fact that Venice is too overrated. It's dirty, stinky, and touristy. There is nothing charming in this place. Paul Aspen,
travel blogger.
Is that true? Well, what the hell?
It can be. I was there for 24 hours. I think I was supposed to be there for 48 hours, and we left after a day just because we were like, all right, we're good. I've heard about the smell. We got lucky. I mean, it was May. I bet this time of year it can be rough. I'm sure. Yeah. So, but yeah, I had heard that.
People are saying that Venice is the New York City of Italy. Spread the word.
There was quite a bit of Botox at that wedding.
Dude,
filler.
There's Botox everywhere. There's Botox in my suburb. Like, isn't that the norm now? Like, everybody has it for the most part. They're just not talking about it.
Yes, 1,000%. There's Botox in my forehead at the moment. See?
Yeah. I know girls my age who get Botox now.
Yeah.
But there's more
clearly not
facial work done in Venice at that wedding than just Botox. Botox is like the gateway drug, essentially.
So where are we going next?
That's all I'm doing. I'm not. I don't want to look like whoever Bezos just married. I don't even know her name.
Oh, she
Lauren?
looks so fake. Yeah, Sanchez, right?
Awful. She was beautiful back in the day.
Yeah.
Back in the day, like 3 years ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago before she got all her work done.
Oh, yeah. Jesus.
Right?
Yeah.
She was married to Tony Gonzalez.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know how I knew that.
See, Kate acts like she doesn't know pop culture. She knows more than us.
I'm actually impressed by myself with that one. Yeah.
As somebody who has done pop culture trivia with Kate, this is an impressive showing right now.
Really?
Yeah, Jake and I had to do that for 3 hours last summer. It was a struggle.
Those
what,
July
you just did
Saturday
pop culture?
shows.
We pretty much did an entire show of pop culture. There was nothing going on in the world of sports at the time. We did 3 hours is a stretch. We probably did a full hour of the show on trivia.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Kate was unfamiliar with Timothy Chalamet's game at the time. It was
shocking. Now not the case. A year ago, I probably would have been the same.
Yeah. I don't even remember you bringing that up. I could not tell you what show Timothy Chalamet is in at the moment, but I certainly know him from the Knicks games.
Fair.
Bob Dylan. He was a good Bob Dylan.
Movie.
Now, does Gertch hate Bob Dylan? I know he hates the other guy. Who does Gertch hate that he talked about last
David Bowie.
Week? David Bowie. David Bowie, Bob Dylan. Yeah.
Gertch had a list.
Gertch. Yeah, do you hate Dylan
Sucks.
too, Gertch? I could see you going either way on Bob. Good movie.
He sucks.
And Timmy was good.
I'm indifferent.
Did you watch that?
Bob Dylan. Indifferent on Bob Dylan.
All right, Kate. So we did this thing where Gertch just fired off his takes because Gertch usually has the opposite opinion of most people. Like if there's a consensus on an actor or actress, food, whatever, he's usually the opposite. Oh, it's terrible. Like for instance, his favorite Halloween candy is Almond Joy. Like nobody would say Almond Joy is the number one candy, but Gertch did.
No.
And he busted out the fire take of, I hate Bob Dylan. He sucks. Okay, I want to get your thought on this one that Gertz threw out. Chicken. Breast superior to thigh.
I mean, if you're trying to keep it tight for the summer, then yeah, breast is better than thigh. But if you want some flavor, thigh all the way. Throw those things in the air fryer, crisp them up a little bit, Gertch. No? You can trim off the fat before you do so.
So my wife and I actually just went to the grocery store and we were like, planning out meals for dinners and stuff like that. And it is grill season. So I decided to get some chicken thighs and we're going to throw them on the grill. And I'm willing to adjust my opinion on this. And it's not that chicken thighs are bad. I'm just saying chicken breasts are better, but on the grill is awesome. So
and he prefers 90 to 100 degrees. He prefers 90 to 100 degrees over 50.
Wait, Fahrenheit temperature? Heat?
Yes.
Celsius.
No, Gertz.
Celsius would be a wild take.
Celsius would be wild.
That would be a Gertz take. His Celsius temp.
That's actually what we're missing. Like, Paul, we have a military time guy. Now we just need a Celsius temperature guy.
Gertz, do you enjoy just being...
shock you. I can do Celsius.
Not surprising.
You can convert Fahrenheit and Celsius pretty quick. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, similar to what Jake was talking about when we started this conversation. There may have dated a Canadian at one point. Times 2 and you add 30. Easy.
Wait, that's what it is?
Yeah, 25 degrees times 2, 50 times 30, 80. It's not perfect, but you get in the neighborhood.
Close. Okay.
I have no idea what you just said. That goes right over my head.
Paul, write a book, and I want to write the foreword.
Write a book.
We're getting there.
All right.
Dude,
Anyway,
yeah, I don't.
We should always punch up sometimes. Moral of the story: always punch up.
Yeah.
Gertch, do you enjoy sweating?
It's more that I hate being cold. And
but why do you go up to
degrees
90 to 100? You can not be cold at 75, 76 and be like
scolded. My thought process behind that take is that Joe earlier last week was talking about how hot it's been in the Chicagoland Midwest area. So I was really trying to look at it as extremes. This would be some of the extreme temperatures that we get in this area. So I'll take this extreme over it being much colder, but
fair.
Like the coldness extremes, which would really be like 30 to 20 would be the cold extreme. But
it's not bad.
I was trying to like kind of be a little funny and say 50 degrees.
Yeah, 50 is fine. 50's good.
50's
I mean,
fine.
I don't enjoy 50 at all, to be honest, but
I'll grow up.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
10 degrees Celsius.
Kate goes to Bears Seahawks games like in January. So
when it was
In the
rainy
rain.
and 32 degrees. Basically, snow. Yeah, who wouldn't want to go watch two teams that didn't score a touchdown that entire game in the freezing cold and pay
On a
premium
Thursday
price
night.
because it's the Bears? Yeah.
Are you
Not
going to
me.
say 45 degrees and rainy is enjoyable? That's what you're saying? 45 and rainy? It's horrible. I hate
30.
that weather.
It's cozy.
Calm down, Rich. Calm down.
Cozy.
Calm down.
Get,
All right.
get
We will-
those chicken thighs. Cozy up on the couch.
We will get to today's MLB card, talk a little WNBA as well. Joe Ostrowski, Kate Constable. That's what's on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
finds Clark from the logo.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Joe Ostrowski, Kate Constable with you. We'll get to another story involving Caitlin Clark coming up in just a few minutes, but we got off track a little bit. Failed to hit on today's MLB card. It's a full card, but I don't have as many games circled as I typically do due to some of the prices that are available. It is a Skeens day. You have a red-hot Pittsburgh team actually scoring runs right now, and Skeen is a heavy favorite. We're in that minus 170 range in a divisional matchup against St. Louis. Looking at some of the other top pitchers that are going, not a ton that grab your attention. DeGrom's a $2 favorite for Texas. They are hosting Baltimore. Baltimore winning in extras yesterday. Kate, anywhere that you want to start on today's MLB card?
I will start with DeGrom and the Rangers. I mean, $2 for DeGrom on the money line. No, thank you. But I do like a little minus 1.5 at plus 125 for the Rangers. I know Baltimore won yesterday, beat them up a little bit, but their offense at home, our offense on the road has not been all that great. Orioles pitcher that's going today, Brandon Young, he has an ERA over 7 in his last 3 starts. And their bullpen, Orioles bullpen, is not great at all. So with DeGrom being fairly solid recently, 2 or fewer runs, 13 straight games, sure, maybe you'd worry about regression at some point, but I don't think against this Orioles lineup that has really struggled lately. So I am looking at, have not played this officially yet, but I am looking at the Texas Rangers minus 1.5.
Okay. Texas Rangers on that run line. I'm taking a look at this Tampa price. Man, this price is a little bit higher than I want. Here's my issue today. So there are some spots that stand out, but it's like, do I want to lay $1.50? Do I want to lay $1.70? And the answer usually for me when it comes to baseball is a no. I'm going to find some other spot that I find that I would rather go. Like Tampa minus 170. I like them. The offense is hot. They've been playing well overall. You get Baz, and then it's going against the Athletics, which their offense has been pretty bad. I'd say bottom 5 at least in all of baseball for quite some time. And it's like, do I want to lay that? The best price to see minus 155. That's the big question mark that I get to with a lot of these matchups today. Same thing with the Cubs and the Guardians. Like the Guardians are right now on such a cold streak offensively, and all year the Cubs have been pretty hot. But do I want to take Boyd minus 175 at home? That's kind of the conundrum that I'm dealing with today. So what I would look at in a situation like that is I'd probably put Tampa and the Chicago Cubs in a 2-leg money line parlay, something like that, if you don't want to lay minus 175 in any game. And I'm not that sort of better where I'm going to be doing that.
Yeah, how often, I was going to ask you, how often do you do money line parlays in Major League Baseball? And obviously, if you're doing those, you're probably only doing 2 teams. You're not throwing in 7. Like, that's not your style at all. But how often, if you find a card like this where heavy favorites, you're not wanting to lay that price, that you then just resort to doing those two-leg money line favorites?
Yeah, definitely do that from time to time. It kind of depends on the card. If there aren't any dogs that I'm taking a look at, or there aren't any shortish favorites that I'm looking at, maybe up to minus 130, something like that, then I'll do it. I'm like, okay, if I like specific sides, but the price is just a little bit too expensive, or I'll take Dodgers at a big price and then maybe something close to even money to juice it up. Like, yes, that would be my resort, but it's not a daily thing. It just kind of depends on the prices and the card of any given day.
The Astros at the Rockies, minus 185 on the Astros. Or if you lay the run line, like, is there any interest there? Just knowing how terrible the Rockies have been all season. Like, if you just blindly bet them every day, you're probably up on the season. Or is there an angle where, like, neither of these pitchers have been all that great this season? Rockies pitcher, ERA over 6. Like, do you just kind of look at overs there, especially being in altitude? this game being played in Colorado?
Player. Yeah, I'm not a totals player.
No,
not a totals player, but I usually end up going to sides. But yeah, the Rockies off yesterday. They got a win in extras at Milwaukee, and before that, it was another 5-game losing streak. Wow, I just realized I forgot about that on Sunday. So the Rockies win total for the month of June was 9.5, Kate, and they were stuck on 9 after the previous Sunday. They lose 5 in a row. They get swept by the Dodgers. They lose the first 2 in the series to Milwaukee. They go over the June total on the last game in June in the 11th inning by beating Milwaukee.
That right there is what we'd like to call a bad beat.
Woo. Yeah, if you took the under, I would think, like, who's playing the over on that?
I would not be. Someone out there did, but if you had the under on that, that is a rough way to lose that one for sure.
I'm glad I didn't see that wager, because I certainly would have taken Colorado under 9.5 wins in June.
What do we do with Skeens today? His K-prop 7. The Cardinals, team rankings says that their strikeout rate is not terrible. Set league, 20%. Do we go under on Skeens? He's had a couple under games over the last, 9 Ks against Detroit, but 4, 5, 7.
Tell you what I'm not doing. I'm not laying $1.70 on Skeens. I know that they're hitting right now, but it's not enough for me to lay that sort of a price. And if you look at Skeens starts, his record on the season is 4-7. But games where he's going, it's really a coin toss whether or not they're going to win. Recently, they did have 3 wins in a row in Skeens starts, but 2 of them were in extra innings, another by 1 run. When they do win, they're typically very close games this year, but they lose more than they win when he's on the bump. So that price of 170, that's way too far for me.
But you're not willing to look at the Cardinals plus 140.
Yeah, that's the only consideration. I'm not going to bet them. No, because the Pirates are actually hitting right now. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
But if you're telling me to make a bet, pick a side in that game, it's St. Louis or nothing.
Also interesting that Skeens hasn't gone as deep into games as he typically does. 6 against the Tigers because he was dealing there with 9 strikeouts, but only 4 innings against Milwaukee, 5 against the Cubs. For the most part, he's 6-7 pretty consistently.
Yeah. He's never the efficient guy because he punches out so many guys. You have to go deep in counts to get there usually. But yeah, like you mentioned, only 4 last time. Most games, it's 5. He was going deeper in games earlier on in the year. But lately, yeah, you're right. You never know. Sometimes it's going to be 4. Sometimes we're going to be in that 7-8 range. You're not quite sure. But people are going to bet on Skeens because they always do. So it's just an inflated price from time to time. Every time he's out there. Other games, I can't say anything else is really jumping out, Kate. Do you like anything?
I have nothing either. The only other look that I think could be worth it, I'm just full transparency. I'm not personally going to be betting this, but the under in Royals and Mariners, just with the Royals offense, how poor they've been lately, rank last in the league in scoring, only just over 3 runs per game. I think with the Mariners pitching, that's their bright spot, right? Under 8.5 runs. I feel like that could be something to consider.
Okay, very good. Joe Wachowski, Kate Constable. This is Bet Sweats with you on the BetMGM network. The WNBA kind of follows the NBA as far as drama. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all. The big story yesterday was the expansion that we're going to be seeing over the next 5 years and how they're going to get out to 18 teams. The league continues to grow. Is it going to be watered down? Time will tell. We were talking about our concerns with that once we get out to that point, adding so many franchises. Mm-hmm. But the drama part is Caitlin Clark again, and where the players stand on her with the All-Star voting, because it's a mix of fan voting, media voting, and player voting. Caitlin Clark is 9th at guard. 9th most votes at guard in the WNBA. Is it just pure jealousy? We can't have that conversation of paying your dues anymore. You're a rookie. You're just walking in. You don't run this league. We're now in year number 2, and I know she's been dealing with a couple of different injuries. But, I mean, what gives? What is your best reasoning on this?
I mean, you put however many females in a room together, and they're probably going to have some drama, cattiness, right? It's kind of our MO. That's all I mean, that's the only thing I can kind of chalk it up to. Like 9th best guard, I would love to know what other guards are better than her. And there are some out there. I'm not sure she's the best guard in the league right now, maybe most impactful. But yeah, 9th in All-Star voting for best guard. That was crazy when I saw that. I read something, a headline right before the show started, so I haven't had time to look into it. But projections are that with Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is valued at like altogether like $1 billion. And she is, because of her. So you have a player that like is making something $1 billion product, but yet she's only the 9th best. That is totally off right there. I have no idea.
I thought Hoops Weiss put it great. He said Caitlin Clark voted 9th in player voting for WNBA All-Star Game at the position. She was 1st in fan voting, 3rd in media voting. No one has a bigger influence on the league in terms of chartered flights, increased salaries, sellout crowds, improved TV ratings. Yeah, exactly. That's the breakdown.
No one ever has.
And that was the big question. Okay, she did it at Iowa, and she garnered all this attention. Now, are they going to follow her to the WNBA? And they clearly have.
The answer is yes, 1,000%.
Yeah. Yep. No doubt about it. All right, we're going to get some Wimbledon picks, talk some Major League Baseball with Kenny Ducey on the other side. Joe Ostrowski, Kate Constable. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
We'll be checking in with Kenny Ducey coming up in a few minutes, get his thoughts on Wimbledon, some bets that we need to be making here. Joe Ostrowski, Cade Constable with you on a Tuesday morning. Thanks for hanging out. Bet Sweats, BetMGM network with you weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time right here on the BetMGM network. And Kate, we were talking a little bit about it during the break. We didn't get a chance to do it on the back end of that Caitlin Clark conversation. Is that Clark is questionable for tonight? It's unknown at the moment whether or not that she's going to be playing in the Commissioner's Cup Championship tonight. Indiana against Minnesota. The number has been moving towards Minnesota for obvious reasons. You have the question about Clark. It opened 4.5. BetMGM has Minnesota minus 6.5. But it's worth noting right now that there is a little bit of movement in some of the sharper books out there. The offshore ones, you've got Circa. They're down at 6 when a lot of the other books are 6.5.
Yeah, my gut tells me that Caitlin Clark is going to play. The movement in the market tells a different story. I mean, moving from 4.5 to 6.5 in favor of Minnesota, it would not be moving that way if Caitlin Clark were in. Still doesn't mean she can't be ruled in prior to game time tonight. She's listed as questionable. I would wait if you like Minnesota. I would not take it now, because if Clark gets ruled in, this number is going to come back down to probably where it opened, around 4.5, and then I would feel comfortable grabbing Minnesota there. The totals also tick down a couple points, and I think that still the under is still a viable play there. 165.5 where it's at now, that's too high for me. I think it's in the high 150s ish, maybe 160. And especially if Caitlin Clark doesn't play, I guess that's probably the way to do it, Joe. If she doesn't play, take the under, because the offense for Indiana is significantly slower without her on the floor. She pushes the pace there. And then if she is in, wait for the number to come down on the side and take the Lynx minus 4.5. Lynx are the better team, despite Caitlin Clark being Caitlin Clark. I mean, Nafisa Collier is the MVP favorite right now for a reason. She's on the Minnesota Lynx. That is how I would play this, just not knowing Caitlin Clark's status right now.
It's fascinating because it's Caitlin Clark, and you would think that she has more power than anybody else in the NBA and the WNBA. And you mentioned that if it's big to the players. It matters to the players. And my first thought is, wait a second. It's about what the organization deems the right course of action. And it's about what's bigger for the entire season. But it's the player that I'd imagine that if she says, no, this is what's happening, that she would get her way, right?
I think so. And she has said, like, as long as she feels comfortable that she's not going to injure herself any further, and right now she's dealing with a groin injury, like, she will be on the floor. And she was, I want to say she was in practice yesterday, or at least walk around. She was on the floor. Doesn't necessarily mean she is or isn't playing tonight. I truly think this will be a game time decision where she might go through warm-ups, see how she feels. But at the same time, if you're the Fever, do you want to, like, she's already missed quite a few games this year with a hamstring injury, groin injury. Like, do you want to risk that? You're sitting at 8-8 on the season. You'll make the playoffs, but you'd like a higher seed. And if she's on the floor, you're winning more games. So yeah, this means more to the players because they make some money off of it, $500,000 to the winning team. And that's significant money for a lot of these players who don't have the size of contracts that NBA players have. So I don't know. It's totally the outcome of this game. The numbers on this game will hinge solely on Caitlin Clark being on the floor or not.
Okay. So that is the 500K is for the players to split up. Is that how it goes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And for most of them, that is
for the team that wins them.
Okay. So, I mean, that is significant. You're right. Some more than others. Clark, it doesn't matter. But I think it's one of those things where if you're going to do it for your teammates, who does matter to, like, you want to be out there for them.
Yeah, that money does not make a dent in Caitlin Clark's pocket, and maybe not even Sophie Cunningham's pocket after all the endorsement deals that she's gotten over the last couple of weeks after backing up game. Who was that against? The Sun, I think. Whoever it was, whatever the opponent. Sophie Cunningham has gotten herself a nice little bag over the last couple of weeks. But to all the other players, it does. Clark is a team player. If she can be out there for her team to try and help them win it, she can. Plus, we were also talking, this means a lot more to the WNBA players than the NBA in-season tournament. Like, that tournament is not as established yet, where we're still kind of half the league treats it as a joke, half the league takes it seriously. The Commissioner's Cup for the WNBA is a very serious in-season award tournament. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. And you get about $45K. And I'm sure Clark would be like, no, you guys can keep it. Like that's something to a lot of people. So I understand the importance. So watch that number. Like I mentioned, there are some 6s and some 6.5, mostly 6.5s. Yeah, that's what we're still seeing right now. Minnesota, your favorite. Joe Ostrowski, Kate Constable, you got Bet Sweats. What we'll do is we're going to move things around a little bit. Kenny Ducey will be joining us in 15 minutes from right now at 11:20 Eastern. So right now we will play a little nickel or dime.
It's time for Nickel or Dime. Should you spend $500 or $1,000? Open up those wallets. We give you the answers on Nickel or Dime.
We bring in our guy, Jake Hassan, a big fan of Sophie Cunningham. What's up, Jake?
Understatement of the year, please. Please.
Yes. Really?
Jake.
Like, it's that?
I love that woman.
Jake, she lived in my building. When I lived in Arizona, we lived in the same building, and she would be at the pool every day, working on her tan.
Hard to see others live your dreams.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, damn.
Joe. That was a big sigh.
Every day working on the tan? Was it like a roof or what was it?
No,
a yard area
I mean, this is Arizona, so every apartment has a pool. So just like the normal apartment pool. It wasn't a rooftop pool. It was just ground level. But yeah, she was working on her tan. I was working on mine. One of us has a little bit better body than the other, and we'll just call it how it is.
Call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have heard from one Sean Haw that Sophie Cunningham frequents a bar every now and then in the city of Indianapolis, where she famously plays basketball. So I might have to make a trip to visit Sean.
This is stalker behavior, and you're talking about it on the air right now.
I mean, Jake, you of all people, you would be the first to call that out. If it was me or Joe saying that, you'd be like, oh, that's a little weird.
Yeah, fair. Well. Is what it is.
All right.
Be what it be.
It's that. I knew he was a big Sophie Cunningham fan. Like there's a certain list. I forgot who else was on that list. Who else?
You gotta do power rankings of Jake's list.
Jake, your loves. Montana for one.
Montana
from Barstool. What's her name?
State?
Montoya from Barstool
Montana's
Sports. He
great.
loves her.
The state. Her. Big fan of Jackson Hole. Nope, that's Wyoming.
What is her name?
Hannah Montoya, Barstool Sports fan.
He loves her.
Hannah Montoya. All right.
You don't know her?
I mean, I probably
on Twitter.
Do. Hannah how do you spell Montoya?
She muted
Internet
everyone from Barstool. Yes.
All right. Yeah, she's cute. Yeah.
Listen, sometimes
I would put Sophie notch above, but teach their own.
Power rankings on this Tuesday.
That's okay. We don't have to do that. That's probably an idea we can have go by the wayside. Leave that one on the cutting room floor.
I have never seen this girl before.
Never.
Wow. She has 717,000 followers, and she's a Barstool Chicago person. I've never seen this person. I live under a rock. I will follow her, though. Give her
that's also surprising because you're in those TikTok streets, Kate. So that's kind
of
I know. She's like gone viral on TikTok a couple times, too.
Yeah. Got to work on my algorithm.
And Jake is always in her mentions.
Not always.
Always.
Exactly 2 times, and did not tag her in either of them. They were standalone tweets.
Sure.
Wing Woman Hall of Fame is calling you. I'm just saying.
Jake, I will wing woman you. We'll go out. I guess I was bringing some friends. I will find the hottest girl at the bar, introduce you to her, buy you both a shot, and send you on your way.
Great. And then I can return to my exile in the western suburbs.
Going back to
a long train ride
Mom
home.
and Dad.
Yeah. Great.
I forgot about the Lamont factor.
Yeah, we might have to push this. We might have to push this plan back a little bit.
I've got a guest bedroom, Jake. If you promise to wash the sheets, you can stay.
Oh, wow.
That's what wing women do. Once a week. Wash my floors too.
Kate is really pushing for the Wing Woman Hall of Fame nomination.
I mean, first ballot.
The offering the guest room is a crazy move.
That is slightly crazy. I have not offered the guest room to many people.
I don't know if Kate's going to be on the air that week, but we all need some MLB All-Star Week content. And this sounds like this would be a 3-hour show, right?
Should we just do it for the content, Jake?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's going to have to wait until at least All-Star Weekend because after tomorrow, see ya for 2 weeks later. Oh yeah, I'm going until the 15th, brother.
Where you going to see Paul in Italy?
Not a bad idea. No, I'm going back to Glasgow.
No guest room available. Sorry.
No, I'm going Glasgow. I'm going with my with the Scots. There's going to be a lot of Guinness in my future.
Going back. You loved it
Are you going by yourself?
Wow.
No, I'm going with my mom. My sister graduates from veterinary school at the University of Glasgow. So in the fall, I was just going for funsies. This time I'm going for an event.
That's very cool.
That's going to be lit.
Yeah.
I'm very excited.
Awesome.
Going to a
They're
gala.
not still using lit. Even I know that.
I am.
Okay. Bring it back.
See, that's another like lit has unfortunately is a bit that has unironically now become part of my life. It's just how I live my life. You live with the bit, you die with the bit, and then it unironically makes its way into the fabric of your lifestyle. It's not great, but is what it is. Be what it be. Anyway, see you in Glasgow.
Nickel or dime?
Right down the street.
Sure, yeah. And then I'll just hop, skip, and jump over to hang out with Paul in Italy. All right. We could actually get to nickel or dime this time with 3 minutes left in the segment.
Yes.
Speaking of the Jalen Ramsey news from yesterday with the Steelers in the news, would you rather go the nickel on the Steelers to have 4 wins in the first 5 weeks plus 850, and that would be at the Jets versus the Seahawks, at the Patriots versus the Vikings, and then the bye, or the dime on the Jets money line week 1 versus the Steelers plus 130?
I'm going Jets money line. Anything could happen there. Now, there's been a lot of times where I've gone Steelers as a dog in week 1, but unfortunately, that's not the situation that we have here. But yeah, to win all of those games in the first 5 weeks, like no, it might take a little bit of time with Rodgers. I'd rather go Jets money line. How about you, Kate?
I would be right there with you. A lot of new pieces, right? With these trades that have gone on, Aaron Rodgers, a new quarterback, a new team. What's going to happen with TJ Watt? We don't know that. Plus, the Minnesota game, I believe, is overseas somewhere. I don't know if it's London or Spain or whatever one that is, but that always throws a little wrinkle into schedules and how teams prepare. And so adding that into the mix, I think Jets week 1 plus 130, a dime on that.
Cyber, Kate, what is happening in the rundown, right? You just highlighted the same sentence about 17 times.
She's doing it
Sometimes
again.
when I talk, I just kind of like have to, I need like a fidget spinner or something.
Tick.
This is my, that's my way of doing that.
Okay, stop doing it. Stop.
Yeah, that was wild to watch. All right, last 90 seconds. Would you rather go the nickel on Dolphins fewest wins 25-1 or the dime on 49ers most wins in the NFL 13-1? Twitchy, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go with my Dolphins fewest wins. I mean, you just traded away a couple nice pieces. I just don't love this Dolphins team this year. I also mentioned yesterday, I do like the 49ers, most wins of anyone, but maybe they could win the NFC and not have the most wins. Something like that could happen. So I'll go Dolphins.
I understand JLC's concerns, but I would go with San Francisco in this soft-ass schedule that they have at a number of 13-1, more than Dolphins. So I'm going dime once again on the Niners here.
Last one, super fast, 10 seconds each. Would you rather go the nickel on Mariners to win the American League at plus 950 or the dime on the Dodgers to win the National League plus 135, Joe?
Oh, there's going to be teams that really help themselves in the NL. Give me the Mariners plus 950. They get in and they're dangerous. Kate?
Mariners. Great
Mariners.
pitching.
Yep.
Mariners.
I agree with you there. And we've seen a lot of times where it looks like the Dodgers should run away with it and baseball happens. All right, we will talk more baseball in Wimbledon. Kenny Ducey on the other side. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
It's Joe Ostrowski, K Constable with you. Thanks for hanging out on the BetMGM network. And we're getting more NBA news today than I'd say that we got last night. Like, it was just small stuff. And then free agency, the big moves really happened before it all started last night. But we do have some Bucks news. You've got Miles Turner agreeing to a 4-year, $107 million deal with the Milwaukee Bucks. So he gets paid. And then this one just came across during the break that the Bucks have decided to waive Damian Lillard with the amount of money that he has left, $113 million. So they bring in Turner, and they're saying goodbye to Lillard after the injury.
Crazy. Like, the Lillard experiment did not work, but I think that tells you that they're making room to be in win now mode, because Dame would not be playing at all next season. So, yeah, interesting. And for all the Miles Turner rumors over his years with the Pacers of, like, is he going to be ever going elsewhere? They get one win away from a title, and then he is gone, the longest tenured Pacer. I mean, good for him. He gets his money. Also, Tom Pelissero just reported that Darren Waller, the tight end, coming out of retirement, he will be playing for the Miami Dolphins next season.
Oh, my God. Yeah, your pick for the worst record in the NFL. Maybe it's not going to be that bad. There you go. So the NBA news has been trickling in since the start of free agency going down last night. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Now joining us, you've got Kenny Ducey at Kenny Ducey over on X. We'll talk some Major League Baseball, of course, some Wimbledon. But since we're on the NBA subject, Kenny, your Knicks are, is it ever going to happen? What are you? I think you're the second favorite in the East. You probably should be, as weak as the East is right now with injuries to its stars. Do you have a coach that you are hoping they hire, or you're shaking your head? I'm wondering if you're in the camp of pissed about the Tibbs news.
No, I mean, I don't really care. They could hire the bartender from across the street if they really want to. They could hire Timothy Chalamet. Like, I don't care. I thought they never should have fired Thibodeau if they didn't have a backup plan. I think that's pretty common thought that everyone has here. But I was kind of interested in a few of the candidates. I was maybe interested in Mike Malone. I'm not really interested in Mike Brown. It sounds like they're going to hire Mike Brown, so that's why I don't care. They're going to bring in Mike Brown and Jordan Clarkson. And what are we hoping for? LeBron? Like, what's the plan here? I don't know. I'm just going to check on me in like 4 months. I'll be fine.
I don't know, Kenny, how big of an NBA guy you are. Were there any moves yesterday that you were like, wow, this is kind of surprising, or this really moves the needle for a X team?
I'll be honest. I was watching a lot of tennis yesterday, but once again, I don't know why the Knicks are bringing in Jordan Clarkson. I think they need a bucket getter. I think it makes a lot of sense, but they brought in now 2 years in a row two players I just would not sign in Cameron Payne and Jordan Clarkson. I think he's a little too ball dominant for, I think one of the weird things about teams like the Knicks, where you have a lot of young guys on the bench that you're trying to get exposure to, you're trying to build some confidence. Like, you'd love for Deuce McBride to shoot, 6 threes a game off the bench or more. Like, you'd like to get him that confidence. The same thing with Quentin Grimes when they traded him to the Sixers, and that was the Mavericks, and then the Sixers got him as well. That's another guy where you want to get his confidence up. And then these same teams will go out and they'll acquire a guy that just launches, does not pass the ball, takes bad shots. And then they're like, oh, I wonder why these guys aren't developing off the bench. It's because they're playing right next to a guy that is just a chucker. So that to me was.
Oh, no.
I think we may have lost Kenny.
Yeah, a lot of trouble with Kenny this morning. He's completely frozen here, but that's okay. Oh, there we go. You're back now. You're good. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know when it paused, but I was all done talking by the time that the video paused. I was just saying I don't understand how it helps player development when you've got a chucker that you're putting on the bench next to your young guys that you'd like to, encourage to take smarter and more, more smart shots. So that's all I said. I don't understand why they signed Jordan Clarkson, but it doesn't matter. They're going to lose in the quarterfinals anyway.
You're very mad. He's very mad at his team, which is the second favorite right now in the Eastern Conference. There for the taking. We'll see which team is proactive right now. It looks like the Atlanta Hawks certainly are that team. But we wanted to talk some Wimbledon. You mentioned that you spent your day watching plenty of tennis. Where do we need to begin as the first round is wrapping up, as things are marching on? People are looking for tennis bets. Where should we start the conversation?
Yeah, I think I think one of the great things about the early rounds at Wimbledon is there are a lot of players that you can sort of buy low on, right? You can say, okay, well, this guy's either trending up, or this guy, I know him and I don't think the public knows him. I don't think the odds makers know him. I'm going to go ahead and grab him. And a lot of times in the early rounds with such large fields, you'll get players that are ranked 70, 80 in the world that are just large favorites for no reason, like very large favorites. So anyway, when it all comes down to that, I'm going to give you a couple of matches that I'm looking at. But later on today, I really like this kid, Jack Pennington-Jones, and another kid, an American kid, Alexander Kovacevic. But Pennington-Jones especially going up against Tomas Martin Echeverry. Echeverry is very much out of form. He was a clay-dominant player, decided to add some miles an hour on his serve, get in the lab a couple of winters ago. Serve looked better, and I thought maybe this guy was going to round into form, be an all-court player, but he's been absolutely awful since. He's been getting hurt, and he's also been making a lot of errors. And we've got a young British 22-year-old who just graduated from Texas Christian University, also known as TCU, folks. He will be taking the court here in front of a home crowd because he is British, and I do feel like he has a lot of potential. And I definitely think he's going to win this match. He hits the ball very hard. I've seen him play on the Challenger circuit here in the United States, indoors. Love him, and I love Kova as well. They're going to be probably going off right around the same time, but Kovacevic, a little bit different of a play here. He's the younger American, but he did graduate college several years ago now, just making his way into the top 100 about a year and a half ago, and has a great game for grass with the one-handed backhand, good slice, good serve. Just hasn't been able to put it all together, but seeing him at plus 290 is kind of crazy. And as I said, guys, that's exactly what you get early in these tournaments. You'll get some pretty spicy numbers like Jensen Brooksby yesterday at plus 185.
All right, so some better numbers for the matchups today. Overall, odds tell us that this is basically a three-player race on the men's side. Alcaraz, Sinner, Djokovic. Is there anyone worth looking towards down the board, or out of those three, do you have a strong take on a winner there?
Yeah, I think there is a little bit of a reason to take a look at Jack Draper down a little bit more on the board. I think he's still top 5 in the odds, but he's a young British man. I think he's got a very good chance to win here. He just really can beat anybody on his day. He's got that talent, and Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz both know that he's good enough to beat them on his best day. And what's held him back this year, in his career, the jackhammers are very distracting if you can hear them. What's held him back in his career is the fact that his body has quit on him time and time again, whether it be in matches with fatigue, whether it be, just the built up fatigue of playing best of 5 tennis. But he's found a way to manage his body a little bit better in the last year. He's managed to flatten out his forehand, which helped him move, finish points quicker. Also, more decisiveness, maybe coming to the net on volleys. He's learning how to finish points quicker. It's helping him conserve energy. But yes, the bottom line here is that this is an incredibly all-around talented tennis player. Does nothing, no weaknesses, does nothing wrong on the court. Great speed, great pop on the forehand and the serve. Great touch at the net. I really like him. He's in Jannik Sinner's quarter. What I'm going to recommend is I was going to wait to see if he gets out of the second round against Bublik. I think Bublik may have just lost today. So then maybe all systems are go. But I like him a lot. In terms of the names you mentioned, Kate, I would say Novak Djokovic is actually my favorite value on the board. I think we're seeing a little bit too much of an overreaction from the odds makers here with Sinner and Alcaraz. Not that they're not deserving of being the favorites, but the number on Djokovic, I think it's a little bit crazy for me.
All right. Nearly 7-1 on Djokovic. All right. What about the women's side? You just broke down some matchups that you like right now, and then futures for the men. What about the women's side?
Yeah, I'll take a look at some futures here as well. One woman I continue to talk about every Grand Slam, and I'm going to see if we still have the odds up here. She's moved from plus 10,000 to plus 7,000. And that is Diana Schneider. She's a 21-year-old Russian. She has a gigantic game. She reminds me a lot. I call her WTA Ben Shelton. She plays very similar. She's got a big serve. She's really going to boss points when she's in rhythm. She's got her confidence going. When she's not, she's prone to make a lot of errors, but this is a very special talent. She rose into the top 15 last year with just a really great run on hard courts. Grass is a surface where it takes some people time to get more experience, but I do think her game fits this surface incredibly well. I love her at that price. I think it's a little bit crazy that given the fact that her draw is also pretty good. She's in a good section of the draw with Jasmine Paolini up there as well in her quarter, that she could easily make the quarters here, if not better. But the name I have to mention here, who's everybody's darling at this tournament, is Marketa Vondrousova. Obviously won this tournament a couple of years ago. Haven't really heard from her since. This year she went and took a title on grass and beat the likes of Arina Sabalenka and Jessica Pegula. Just a really solid run from her, and I think the sky is the limit here for Vondrousova. She's got a very special game. She's heating up in a hurry, and she's not exactly a long shot at plus 1,400, but when you look at beating Madison Keys, Diana Schneider, Ons Jabeur, Arina Sabalenka, that is a pretty impressive resume for her in Berlin. So again, while she hasn't won, she hasn't won Wimbledon in 2 years, and we really haven't seen a lot from her. She hasn't played a lot of matches. She's heating back up right now, and I think this is a really good time to take a look at her.
All right, Kenny, let's switching gears a little bit over to Major League Baseball trade deadline at the end of the month. Joe and I talked about some of the big names that could be on the move. Is there anyone that you think is going to be a big name that's going to be traded prior to the deadline?
I mean, I actually was looking at the Diamondbacks as a team that maybe this team's going to sell. And I think a lot of other people are as well. The Diamondbacks and the Rays, it doesn't look like they're going to be selling. It looks like they might be buying. I'm interested to see where Jorge Soler lands, to be honest. I kind of, now that the Yankees just seem to be doing anything, I'm curious if they're going to bring in a right-handed power bat here to really complement Aaron Judge and the somewhat nice gains that we've seen from Cody Bellinger. In terms of pitchers on the market, it's very difficult to see. Is Sonny Gray going to move is a good question I have. I think there's a lot of teams in need of pitching, but to be honest, this is a weird trade deadline for me because I think a lot of the teams with hot starts have cooled off and a lot of the teams with cold starts have gotten better. And I think there's a lot of teams that are sort of, almost every team is barreling towards mediocrity at this point and being in that position where do we want to buy, do we want to sell? I'm not, and especially as a 15-team AL and 15-team NL only player, I am always looking at who's going to be moving leagues, but I don't have a very good idea right now of who that's going to be because I just feel like the standings just keep changing and we keep defining buyers and sellers, redefining them every single week.
Yep, you're right. It's probably going to be something where a lot of stuff goes down in the last 72 hours. We always get that rush at the very end, but maybe there aren't going to be teams jumping the market because teams are going to wait and see how many are interested. If you need a starting pitcher, where are you going? Sandy, we expect him to get moved. Things are looking better there. You mentioned Arizona with Merrill Kelly. Maybe Seth Lugo goes somewhere. Peralta, even though they're in the mix now in the NL Central. Which starter would you target?
To me, it's the list is pretty quick. I am looking at the list now. As you mentioned, Merrill Kelly is a possibility. I would say Merrill Kelly, Tyler Mahle, and look, if I were a team that's in the race, he's not a starting pitcher. He used to be. But if I needed a pitcher, if I wanted to make an investment for the future, I am 100% putting the chips on the table and Reed Detmers. I think Reed Detmers, he's had an incredible season out of the bullpen for the Angels. I think he is an absolute difference maker late in games for some team. And we look around the league. I mentioned the Diamondbacks. I know that they're thinking about maybe selling, but if they stay in that race and they want to help their bullpen, the Cubs need to help their bullpen. The Yankees need to help there are so many teams that need bullpen help right now. I will mention another team, the Dodgers. The Dodgers, which we're not talking about, they only had 2 starting pitchers for about 2 weeks. They pretty much still only have 2 starting pitchers because Ohtani's not going 7 innings. These bullpen arms are absolutely gassed right now. They are using all their high leverage relievers 4 times a week. By the time we get to the playoffs, these guys' arms are going to fall off. They're going to need another arm to support. I think Reed Detmers could be a name. I think there's going to be some interesting, I mentioned Jorge Soler as well. There's going to be some interesting Angels on the move because they have some talent. But honestly, like if I'm going out and acquiring a starter, I'm going for someone who I've seen before, who I know I can rely upon, even if they're not great. Tyler Anderson, Tyler Mahle, and also Merrill Kelly, I think, are my guys. I've never been a Freddie Peralta guy. He walks too many batters.
All right, good stuff there from Kenny Ducey. Make sure you check him out on X at Kenny Ducey. Does it all. We hit on the NBA, tennis, and, of course, some Major League Baseball as the trade deadline now less than a month away. We always appreciate Kenny jumping on. Coming up next, Joe Ostrowski, Kate Constable here. We're going to break down our lightning bets for this Tuesday. You've got Bet Sweats live on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Joe Ostrowski, Kate Constable with you on a Tuesday. And Paul Aspen asked me, it's like, didn't you say tryouts are coming up? I'm like, yeah, had them last night. It's not fun. It's not a fun process. It is, but it isn't. So it's a stressful time. People in baseball know exactly what I'm talking about. And now they're going to the big fields, Kate, like at our home place. It's basically 200 feet all around. I was measuring where we're going to play games next year. Down the left field line, it's 315. So you're going from 200 to 315. Right
That's
field
a
a little
jump.
bit shorter. Massive jump. Like, I can't hide anybody in the outfield anymore. Like, those days are over.
Yeah, so you do need to bolster your roster a bit, which means you got to bring in some of the better players that you saw last night.
I can't talk about this.
You're like a GM in free agency. You're the GM of the Little League team.
Yeah.
Are you going to have to cut
pretty
any
much.
of your son's like best friends?
I can't talk about this. There's a lot of people that listen. Like, oh, I heard you talk about this. I heard you talk about that. I'm like, no.
All right, fair.
Stop listening, please. Stop
I
listening,
remember
please.
tryouts back in the day, though. That was always a very stressful time as a kid.
Was it? Okay. Yeah, my son's going
Yeah.
to deal with that with junior high and then high school in a couple of years. So it's just like, yeah. What was
even if
your
you knew-
sport? What were you best at?
Basketball.
Basketball.
That
And you
was my
played
sport.
to what level?
I played all the way through high school and AAU circuit, all of that stuff.
Wow. Man, that was a commitment.
And our tryout started in 4th grade. You either made the A, B, or C team.
Oh, 4th.
Like that's
okay.
So 4th grade, it was stressful because like you wanted to play with your friends, you wanted to make the A team. I made the A team, but
There's a lot of status, involved there too. And sometimes making the A team is not what's best for your development though either. They don't always have the best coaches. You won't get the most playing time. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah.
And you know what there's a lot of right now? A lot of people talking. I
would imagine.
Did you get an offer? Did you get an offer? Oh my God, what's he doing there? We need a better position player here. I can't believe that they can't bring that kid back. They better not. Yeah.
I mean, there were parents that were crazy back when I was going, in 4th, 5th grade. I would only imagine it's gotten crazier.
I saw a lot of near fights this year on the baseball field, and it was not children. It was adults.
No. Especially when it's
not the
hot.
Children. Yep. I saw a little bit of that over the weekend as well. All right. So NBA, the news continues to trickle in. Before Kenny Ducey jumped on, we mentioned Dame Lillard and Turner. So the Milwaukee Bucks decide to waive Lillard. They bring in Turner, and you said it is a now move, and you're absolutely right. Because Giannis wants to see now. What are you doing for this team right now? Don't sit here and tell me that you're going to wait a year. Oh, well, we brought in Lillard, but he got hurt. So, hey, nothing we can do for the next year or so.
Yeah.
He wants to see action at the very least. And I assume they're going to try to be aggressive to make Milwaukee an enticing spot for Giannis to stay so he's not demanding a trade to the Western Conference.
Right. Miles Turner coming over does some of that. The ESPN article that I read quick in this last commercial break, Turner and Antetokounmpo both valued the opportunity to partner together. So I would assume those two had conversations prior to Turner being acquired by Milwaukee. But I still think they need more than Turner. I mean, yeah, they re-signed Bobby Portis, Taurean Prince, Kevin Porter Jr., Gary Trent Jr. That's all great. You still need another big-time piece, I think, to pair next to Giannis to make it a championship-worthy team. Because even, Joe, even as wide open as the East is, you're still got to beat whoever comes out of the West. And that's OKC. That's looking like the Houston Rockets with KD. Like, there are a lot of good teams in the West. So it's not just getting out of the East, but obviously, like, in order to win the title, you got to beat those top teams that are significantly better than the Bucks right now.
You're right, but I think they would look at it as a win. If they were to win the East and get that far, But look what the betting market is telling us. If you look at the betting market right now, Milwaukee's priced like Giannis is almost gone. Not 100% gone, but they've been moved down so much. Like it's the expectation. What is Giannis even going to be there?
Well, Giannis did just tweet, like right after that news broke, that he has no idea what's going on with like the Dame stuff. I'm trying to pull up his exact tweet. Giannis.
Okay.
It was like it's a picture of him smoking a cigar with a dinosaur, and the caption says, "I don't know what's going on right now, man." And then Giannis said, "That's mood 100."
The East is fascinating in a gross way. It's gross, but it's also interesting. So, okay, now it's Knicks the favorite. When we talked about this 2 hours ago, I was looking at BetMGM and they had the Cavs as a favorite, which makes perfect sense.
Knicks are the favorite. Knicks don't even have a coach.
Knicks are the favorite, plus 325 to win the East. That's insane.
That makes no sense.
Knicks, Cavs right there, Magic plus 400. Now the Hawks are fourth. They just flipped with the Sixers. So Sixers fifth, Celtics sixth, same odds as the Bucks, both 14-1 to win the East, and the Pistons are 15-1. It's like you look at it, it's just crazy. Oh, the Magic are the third favorite. Oh wait, the Celtics, Bucks, and Pistons basically have the same number near the bottom at 14, 15-1.
So in other words, no one has any idea what's going on in the East.
No one has no idea.
Yeah, that's what that tells me. The Knicks without a head coach should not have the shortest odds in the East. Yeah, the Cavs had the best record in the East last year, second best in the entire league.
Right. And it's all bunched up with that top three, Knicks, Cavs, and Magic. It's wild.
Yeah.
Another certainly noteworthy contract to pass along, SGA. He gets a 4-year, $285 million Supermax deal. What a season for him. Regular season MVP, finals MVP. He's your scoring champ. Like every award up in the air. SGA ended up taking it after a lot of people thought he should have won them in the previous year. But the Supermax is in, and SGA is signed through the 2030-2031 season.
Richest annual salary for a player in league history right now. And that's deserved when you are the league's scoring title winner, the conference MVP, the finals MVP, and you win a finals. That's what that gets you. I mean, I can't argue with OKC giving him that. Based on that performance, he's worth it.
Do you think the Thunder won the Paul George trade?
Yes, I think they did.
I think they did.
Yes.
By just a little bit.
I think the Clippers won the Paul George trade too. I think the 76ers right now have lost the Paul George trade with where he's at there.
All right, let's hit on lightning bets for today. Kate, where are you going?
All right, I'm going to go the WNBA Commissioner's Cup. We have favor and links tonight. This number has ticked down half a point from when we talked about this 40 minutes ago. 164.5 for the total. I'm going to take the under on that. The fact that this number hasn't budged at all on the side in terms of the 6.5 that we've seen all day today, and then the total coming down. I'm not sure Caitlin Clark's playing tonight. Even if she does, the Lynx have the best defense, or at least one of the top defenses. So I think the Liberty might have the best, but Lynx are a top defense in the league right now. Being this is a championship type game where there's money on the line, maybe things slow down a little bit and you get the stronger defensive performance from both teams. So I love this if Clark doesn't play. I like it if she does play, but under 164.5 is what I will take for Fever and Lynx tonight in the Commissioner's Cup. And then over on MLB side, I am going to go Rangers -1.5 with DeGrom on the mound going up against the Orioles. Orioles pitching today. Brandon Young, not great. Bullpen stinks. I know the Rangers offense has not been great, but I think they can get this one done at home today. So those are my only two.
All right. Very good. Pinnacle just went up to 6.5 with everybody else. I don't think she's going to play. You've got to have cooler heads prevailing in this scenario. It's about the rest of the season. It's about winning a real championship with Caitlin Clark. Like, come on, let's not force it if she's not 100% ready. I think that's what's going to happen there, but we'll see. And the market could flip. The market is speculating a little bit, and maybe there's a little info out there. Common sense should prevail there. We shall see in the WNBA. As far as baseball, I'm going to do, there's a couple of 170, 180 favorites that I like, so I'm going to put them together. I'm going to take the Cubs and the Rays, put them together for a 2-leg money line parlay, and that pays plus 144. So back into Cubs and the Rays tonight. And since it's my last show of the week, I'm going to get in some hot dog bets with you. Joey Chestnut, under 71.5 dogs. And let's go Bertoletti over 50.5. Under on Chestnut, over on Bertoletti. There you go. So maybe it ends up being a little close.
Love it.
All right. Paul Aspen, what you thinking?
I got one. I mean, look, I nominated Max Fried for the list of losers, but really just in a fraud category, as in his peripherals are not as good as his actual numbers have been. I'm not fading him today, but I am going to take the over 8, which is, I see a 7.5 out there. I'm going to go the over 8 at even money. Gossman for the Blue Jays. Yankees there's a lot of guys in that lineup that have really good numbers against him. And the point on Fried, I just think you can get to him. Leaving a lot of guys on base, and numbers don't not as good as the 1.92 ERA would suggest. So going over 8 in that game, and a Kate C winery suggestion, Kate A from our social team winery suggestion, and Harry on Twitter another winery suggestion. So he showed a picture of like the gas pumps that they pump the wine into. So next couple of weeks gonna be great. Jake,
you're set.
No world should the Braves be minus 190 favorites against anybody. I'll take the Angels on the money line.
Oh, are you flipping on the Braves completely? Sam's out, and you're like, screw the Braves?
I was always out. Oh, okay. I never thought they were good.
All right. Just checking. Good stuff. All right, Kate, you're here with Chris Mack tomorrow, correct?
Yes, I am. Have a great vacation, Joe.
All right. Yeah, it'll be great. Make sure you're here tomorrow morning. Bet Sweats, 9 a.m. Eastern. I'll talk to you next week right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.